Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Triple Artificial Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was a ball of energy as he bounced up and down in the passenger seat of his mother's car. He smiled gleefully and his excitedness was obvious. The reason for this was because he had just been pulled out of class by his mom to go to the hospital. His mom had decided to surprise him at the principal's office after there was an announcement for him to report there. The other kids all thought he was in trouble, making the young, freckled boy quite nervous. However, he was worried over nothing. As soon as he got in the car, his mom said that they were going to the hospital for his quirk assessment. He hadn't stopped bouncing. Excited Izu? Inko giggled as she glanced at her son. You bet, he replied quickly and loudly, his excitement getting the better of him right now. I can't wait to find out what my quirk is. To think, it all started with a baby that glowed indiscriminately brightly over in China that would send the entire population of Earth into a new era. A world where people possessed powers of many different types and their dreams were no longer held down by the laws they had come to believe in for most of their lives. A new reality was born, one filled with people whose individuality was showcased by their unique powers. Thus, these extraordinary powers were dubbed as quirks. There was a lot of civil unrest at first since not everyone used their quirks scrupulously. It took a long time, but eventually there were laws drafted on when the use of quirks was acceptable and there was a new, official position created as a deterrent to those who still used their powers in villainous ways. Hero. It was a long-time dream for Izuku to become a hero, so that he could save lives with a bright smile that gave hope to the people. Just like his idol, All Might, the symbol of peace and #1 hero. Izuku's grip on the All Might action figure his mom had brought from home for him became firmer as he let out a quick, excited laugh. I really can't wait. To him, the seconds were going by way too slow. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait too long as the hospital appeared through the windshield. Yes, we're almost there. Inko may have looked happy as she continued to drive on the outside, but she was actually quite worried in truth. Her son was the only one in his class that had yet to show any signs of quirk manifestation. Given that he was at the age where any indications were supposed to show, it made her wonder if her son would actually be able to achieve his dream. She wouldn't love him any less for it, of course, but she didn't want him to suffer growing up in a world where everyone valued quirks more importantly than the people who had them. She shook her head slightly to get those thoughts out of her head and tightened her fingers on the steering wheel. All I can do is believe in him and do my best no matter the outcome. If he wants to become a hero, then I'll support him no matter what. Inko loved her son unconditionally, just like any proper mother would. But she was still human, so her doubts about Izuku becoming a hero were still present. So, as she found a spot in the hospital parking lot, the difficulty of keeping up her upbeat and calm expression increased each time she saw her son's hopeful face. One for one. Inko was a bit surprised to see that the doctor wasn't the same one she had met previously when setting up the appointment here. Instead of an older, bald and goggled old man, they were both greeted by a much younger, dark-haired and towering man that exuded a rather intimidating presence. She couldn't make out his eyes thanks to the glare of his rectangular-shaped glasses, so she found it hard to get a real read on him. He was well-dressed with a nice long-sleeve shirt, dress pants and tie underneath the iconic white coat that all doctors wore. Thankfully, the man gave the two a reassuring smile after he walked up and spoke softly and kindly to show that he wasn't as big and scary as he appeared to be. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. I apologize for the sudden change, but Dr. Tsubasa had some personal business come up and couldn't make it. I'm Dr. Shigaraki and I volunteered to replace him so we didn't have to disappoint you two by rescheduling for a different day. Is that all right? A small sigh of relief escaped her without her even realizing it, but she was able to quickly compose herself. Yes, that's fine. She smiled with a nod at the tall doctor. Well, I'm Inko Midoriya and this is my son, Izuku. The mother looked down at the boy that was currently hiding behind one of her legs. Say hello to the nice man Izuku. When he was prompted, Izuku shyly stepped out from behind his mom and smiled the best he could. Hello, sir. He paused as he brought out a notebook from underneath his shirt as well as a mechanical pencil. If it's okay to ask, what's your quirk? Inko knelt down to her son and placed a hand on his shoulder, giving an apologetic smile at the doctor. Sorry if that was rude of him, she said as Izuku waited for an answer, ready to start writing notes at a moment's notice. He's been fascinated with quirks ever since he could talk and likes to analyze them as a hobby. Dr. Shigaraki gave a chuckle as he got down to one knee to try and meet at the same level as the boy. His curiosity was piqued at a boy being so bold as to ask what his quirk was. I'm afraid my quirk is a bit of a sensitive topic for me, so I'm not much for talking about it. He saw the green-haired boy's expression turn aghast, but the man placated him before he could apologize. But I think we both share the same hobby since I also like to analyze any quirk that I see. It helps give my patients some more insight on the possibilities they have available to them. Would you mind if I took a look at your notes as a fellow quirk enthusiast? Izuku had a wide-open smile as he met someone who also liked quirks as much as him, a rarity since some other kids thought he was weird for doing so. Sure. He held out his notebook to the doctor. Why don't we go ahead and head towards the examination room? He asked as he stood up after gently taking the offered notebook from Izuku and sifted through it as they walked. The tall doctor was quite impressed with just how many entries there were on the pages inside, each one minutely detailed about the quirks themselves. From scenarios and possible uses, the kid was able to think of things that he doubted the actual users thought of. My. You must be quite the scholar to be able to analyze quirks so thoroughly, young Izuku. It's quite impressive. Inko placed a hand over her cheek and chuckled, proud of how smart her little boy was if a doctor was praising his skills. My Izuku is top of his class right now. Isn't that right? The boy blushed and rubbed the back of his head, looking down at the floor he was walking on. Yeah, but that's only because Kaken got sick for a few days and missed an assignment. The doctor suddenly turned around, stopping the mother and son as he knelt down once again and handed the notebook back to Izuku. There is no shame in being proud of your accomplishments, young Izuku. Hold them close and use them if anyone doubts your abilities. It'd be a shame if such a bright boy wasn't recognized the way he should be after all. Izuku was a little shocked to hear such inspiring words from a man he'd just met, but he smiled softly as he retrieved his notebook and held it close to his chest. Thank you, sir. I'll keep that in mind. It was here that the doctor noticed the action figure that Izuku was holding. He knew the boy was carrying something else but didn't really care to inspect it much until now. If Izuku wasn't staring at his notebook as he grasped it or if Inko wasn't smiling down at her son, they would have seen him give a cold, hard glare at it. When he saw them both turning to look back at him, he adjusted his features back to how he had them and continued leading them to the exam room. Not much further now and we can get started on the tests. Hearing this caused the green-haired boy to start bouncing on his feet, but Inko kept him held down by placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, smiling with feigned exasperation on her face. 2 hours later, now then, Dr. Shigaraki said as he placed the X-rays that he had taken up onto the lit panels hanging on the wall. He turned the panels on and examined them, searching for one of the factors that determined whether a person had a quirk or not. After a second, he finally spoke to the mother and son sitting behind him. This is quite the development. He turned towards the two and pointed at the X-ray he had just been looking at with an index finger. Specifically, his finger was pressed up against a certain joint at the toe of the skeletal structure of Izuku's foot. It seems your son is quirkless, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko gasped, bringing a hand up to cover her mouth in worry before she looked at her son. Her little boy had just frozen in his seat and dropped the All Might action figure he was carrying so firmly a moment ago. That can't, she started before looking back to the doctor. Please, that can't be true. The spectacled man gave a small sigh before he explained properly. I apologize if I sounded too blunt with the diagnosis, Mrs. Midoriya, but this joint here unfortunately tells me that he's quirkless. It is an indicator that we look for nowadays as it is a sign to differentiate if a person will gain their own superpower. Someone who does have a quirk wouldn't have this joint here. He tapped the X-ray a couple of times. And young Izuku does. And what about the blood you drew from him? Did that have the same result? Inko was afraid to ask, but she wanted to be absolutely sure about this diagnosis for her son. Yes, it did. He nodded back. Over the years, people who have manifested quirks also have particular antibodies running through their bloodstream. Many theorize that they are a byproduct of evolution, like the missing toe joint, and that the antibodies are present to acclimatize a person's body to their quirk. If we are unable to find them, then that is just another indicator for someone to be found quirkless. Inko lowered her head, crestfallen at having been told all of this, knowing what this news would do to her son. Izuku still hadn't moved an inch, his expression frozen just like the rest of his body as his hair shadowed his eyes just slightly. I see. Her heart wrenched at the state of her son and the fact that she could do nothing for him. It felt like she had failed him, and that was the worst feeling a mother could have. The doctor turned back towards the X-ray and placed his hands behind his back, a rather ingenious plan coming to his mind as his face shadowed. His glasses gleamed ominously thanks to the light of the X-ray before he spoke. Young Izuku, why is it that you carry that action figure with you? Despite his shock, the boy was able to still recognize his name and that he was being asked a question. Not wanting to be rude, the boy replied. Though, his voice didn't have as much energy behind it as he talked. Because All Might's always been my favorite hero. I always look up to him and the way he saves people with a smile and a happy laugh. I wanted to be a hero that could be like that too. A dejected sigh escaped him and his eyes glanced over at his toy. Guess I can't anymore. A grin appeared on the doctor's shadowed face now and his body began to shake, laughter suddenly erupting from him as he opened his mouth wide. Ha ha ha. He stopped for just a moment, hunching over before he flung his head back and brought his arms out to his sides. He continued laughing once more as his fingers clenched, completing the villainous and intimidating pose that complemented that sinister laugh he was bellowing. Ha ha ha. As taken aback as she was, Inko grew angry upon hearing the doctor's laughter after her son had just told him of his dream. None of that was funny. She stood up from her seat and glared at the doctor. My son can still be a hero if he wants to be. I won't let him think that he can't follow his dreams just because he doesn't have a quirk. Shigaraki slowly quieted down, his posture returning to normal as he straightened himself. He still didn't turn around, however, and Inko began to become worried about how the seemingly nice man was acting all of a sudden. Worthy dreams are nothing to be laughed at, Mrs. Midoriya, and for that, I do apologize. I was merely amused at how perfect your son truly is. And here I thought taking over for Tsubasa was just going to be an idle venture, but to think that I have found such a perfect template. The blood drained from Izuku and Inko's faces when the doctor turned to look over his shoulder, his face now gone and replaced with a blank shadow with a maniacal grin on it. That shadow then slowly began to encompass the rest of him, covering his clothes but still leaving an outline of them, until all that was left was a tall, imposing humanoid standing in front of them. Izuku, get behind me. Inko's voice stammered, fear being the only emotion she could feel right now. Just as her son started to move, the shadowy form of Dr. Shigaraki reached towards her so quickly that it felt like she didn't even see him move, his large hand gripping her cranium firmly but not too much to cause injury. This will be my last apology to you, Mrs. Midoriya. Now, have a nice rest. And just like that, Inko's eyes lidded over and her body slackened. With a small push, she fell to the floor on her back, unconscious. Izuku yelled out and tried to run towards her but was stopped as he felt that same hand grip his shoulder. You're coming with me, young Izuku. Shigaraki's grin sent a shiver down the boy's spine as his voice whispered in his ear. Oh, the plans I have in store for you. And just like Inko, the 4-year-old's eyes suddenly lidded over and all of the strength left in his body vanished in an instant. Shigaraki kept Izuku standing with a hand on his shoulder before he focused onto the floor beneath him and a mass of the darkness encompassing his body suddenly flooded under their feet. He didn't bother saying anything else as both he and Izuku began to sink down into it, staring at Inko's unconscious form the entire time. Though, he was notably impressed when he saw Izuku futilely reach out for her for just a moment before he lost consciousness. A second later, Their bodies disappeared into the summoned pool of shadow that had receded as soon as they did. It took about an hour before a nurse came into the room to check on the doctor and his patients, but was immediately panicked when she saw Inko lying on the floor and nobody else. She ran over and gently shook the green-haired woman awake, eventually getting her to wake up. Inko took a few moments to remember what happened before her eyes grew wide and she grabbed the nurse's shoulders. "Where's the doctor? Where did he go?" She shook the unnamed nurse in a violent panic. I just saw you here, ma'am. I don't know." Tears formed at the edge of her eyes, a grimace forming on her face upon hearing these words. That monster stole my baby. He kidnapped Izuku." She threw her head back and then let out a scream of anguish. The day Izuku Midoriya disappeared without a trace would become an infamous one. The story of the kidnapping was talked about constantly by various media outlets a few days after it happened. Once the police had arrived and questioned Inko about the incident, they started by seeing what info they could get from the hospital staff. As it turned out, the staff had no idea that he was a villain in disguise, as he had seamlessly acclimated himself with them. The nurses he spoke to were all notably charmed by his kind, almost fatherly demeanor and impressed with his conversational skills. No one was put off by his large stature or the fact that his eyes always seemed to be hidden by an ever-present gleam in his glasses, because he always made sure to set them at ease. There was also the fact that absolutely no records of him existed at all. Dr. Shigaraki was like a ghost. None of the cameras inside the hospital had any usable footage of him. The feeds would just become distorted at those segments before returning to normal after he left that camera's view. Investigators found that only a glimpse of him was seen as he turned around a corner in the lobby. And the only way they were able to tell it was him was because of his height, build, and that one of the receptionists remembered seeing him around then. That was all they had to work with, since he left no fingerprints, no traces of clothing, not even a single fleck of skin was left lying around. As impossible as that seemed, nothing turned up no matter how long they analyzed the crime scene. Even after weeks of investigation, results were always inconclusive. Inko felt her heart wrench every time the detective in charge, Naomasa Tsukachi, gave her a non-update on the case. He would call and tell her that he was still unable to find out anything, but assured her that he wouldn't rest until Izuku was found and reunited with her. Despite having felt that others in the police force were skeptical about her case, she trusted him. However, no amount of hard work coming from Tsukachi ever eased the worry she had for her son. Every day felt hollow, and she would often just start crying in the middle of doing a menial task. It certainly didn't help that any time she called her husband, Hisashi, she was met with his voicemail more times than she cared to count. During the first week, one of the first things she did was try to call him, since someone needed to tell him that his son was kidnapped. He may not have always been around, but Inko knew that he was working hard overseas for the sake of his family, right? Then a couple of months passed, and she had still been unable to get a hold of him. This was when Inko started to get angry at her husband. She'd always felt bitter at the fact that Izuku didn't know what Hisashi looked like, but she always pushed it down. After all, he did make sure to send checks to her to cover rent and groceries, as well as some extra for any emergencies. But it wasn't monetary comfort that she needed, it was emotional comfort. And she thought her husband would be someone who would be there for her in that situation. She would one day find out that she was wrong to think this, as Hisashi finally answered his phone. "What?" The voice of the man she married sounded irritated, almost as if he never wanted to be called whatsoever. "Hisashi, I've been calling you for weeks." Inko cried out, trying to not let her anger take over right now. "Listen, our son has been kidnapped. Do you need more money?" Hisashi interrupted her. What? No." Inko was taken aback by the question, unnerved by how uncaring he sounded whilst talking to her. It was a far cry from the way he used to talk to her when they first got married. "That's not what I'm calling you about. Izuku has dash." A scoff was heard on the other end. "You know how busy I am over here, Inko. If it's not important, then please don't call me." Inko knew that he was about to hang up on her, and this was when she became enraged. Her teeth grit and her free hand balled up into a fist, a few containers of skis floating behind her because of her quirk. "Stop interrupting me." she yelled into the phone, the usually meek housewife fueled by an anger she could honestly say she'd never felt before. Izuku has been kidnapped by a villain. He's been gone for weeks while you've been away. She still heard him on the line, silent but still present. Her voice softened before she continued. Please, I need you here. I can't deal with this by myself. A moment passed. Then another. Finally, Hisashi spoke back up. I can't. The sigh he let out didn't sound like one of exhaustion. It was more like annoyance. My job is too important for me right now and I can't just push anything aside. I'm sure the police will find him soon. It was a pitiful attempt to comfort her just because of his tone. Your job is more important than your family? Inko asked back, a toaster joining the randomly floating items behind her. Yes, he answered simply. You knew how this was going to work when we got married, Inko. The married woman shook her head at this, her expression becoming one of disbelief. That's not what I remembered. I remember you saying that you would always be there for me. I remember you saying that you would do whatever it took to keep me happy. I remember you saying that you would be the best father you could be for our son. She was seething by now at how this conversation with the man she thought she knew was going. And that's what I'm doing. Isashi's annoyed tone grew to match that of his wife's now. I took this job to make sure you were both taken care of. I work hard every day to provide for you. If you're not satisfied, come back to bed already, Hisa, another woman's voice said on his end. I'm getting lonely. Sheet. He cursed as he knew his wife heard that. Inko's world shattered, the pupils in her eyes contracting and her heart felt like it stopped beating. Her voice sounded just as broken as she felt, tears streaming out from her eyes and running down her cheeks. You. This was when nearly all of the small appliances in her kitchen began floating through the air in wild motions, her body shaking from her rising fury. You be yesterday. Not wanting to talk to him anymore, she hit the end call button and then promptly threw her phone as hard as she could down the hall. The items that she didn't know she had been making float followed along, flying onto the floor and crashing unceremoniously in front of Izuku's room. She collapsed onto her knees and let out a sorrowful, heartbreaking scream. It was the only outlet she could think of to unleash everything she was feeling right now. Once she was done, she hunched over and sobbed until she was too exhausted to continue. The way her quirk went out of her control like that and the emotional turmoil of being betrayed by her husband caused her to go over to her living room couch, collapsing onto it to ruminate. This was all just too much right now. Izuku being kidnapped by a villain, the stress of worrying if she'll ever see her son again, and now she was going to have to deal with the divorce of her husband. Biziri, Sinai boku to boku wa kakamasekai da. This was when she heard her phone start ringing from her hallway. Biziri, igate emo tsukund emo mata tokuda. The surprise she held at the fact that it was still working didn't show on her face as she slowly got up off of the couch. Her movements were slow as she felt that she was just done for today. Her feet dragged along the floor with every step and she definitely took her time going into the hallway and picking up her phone. She checked who it was before answering and she should have known better than to hold it so close to her ear. Hell dash. Inko. What the hell is going on over there? The voice of Mitsuki Bakugu questioned loudly, making the greenette hold the phone away for a moment. Some of the neighbors said they were hearing a lot of yelling and noises coming from your apartment. Too scared to actually check themselves, the pussies, she scoffed. Anyway, you okay? Not really. Mitsuki. Inko tried to tell her about everything that just happened but her voice was failing her. She was still too emotionally traumatized to be up for conversation right now. Her tears had returned but they weren't as copious as they were before. Hisashi-ki. I'm coming over. After Mitsuki made sure that her friend was comforted and was able to get her to stop crying, she asked what she was trying to say about Hisashi before. When Inko explained, the blonde-haired woman was shaking with anger as well. She then went on a tirade of possible scenarios of what she would do to Hisashi if she ever saw him again. Near the end of it, she took a few moments to compose herself before she brewed some tea for the both of them. A few minutes of silence passed and Mitsuki went to sit by Inko on the couch, setting their cups on the table in front of it. Thank you, Mitsuki. Inko said in a tired voice, bringing the cup up to her lips and taking a sip. She hummed in delight and almost instantly felt a little better. Mrs. Bakugu gave her a soft smile and did the same, grateful for the drink as her throat started to get hoarse from all of the yelling. "What are friends for, right?" she replied back. "Any news on Izuku yet?" Inko sadly shook her head. "Nothing yet. The police can't find anything about the man that took him. I know Tsukachi-san is doing his best, but it's hard to find evidence of a man that apparently didn't exist." "That's if in a hole," Mitsuki growled, imagining just how scared her son's friend was right now. "I can't believe someone would just kidnap an innocent child in the middle of a hospital." She took another moment to drink some more tea before continuing. "Katsuki has been asking why he hasn't seen Izuku around lately. Makes me sad every time he looks so downtrodden when I say he can't come to play right now." "You should tell him the truth, Mitsuki," Inko commented. "He'll end up finding out eventually." I know. The blonde sighed at this as she set her cup down on the table and sat back into the couch. "I guess I'm just scared too. Our boys were practically joined together at the hip, and now Katsuki feels like a piece of him is missing. Kid doesn't eat as much, is really quiet now, and I can't even remember the last time we yelled at each other. I try to think of things I can do to help, but when I do, I just feel helpless." Inko asked and got a nod from her friend. "I feel the same way when Tsukachi-san calls to give me an update on what he plans to do next in the investigation. Sometimes, I feel like I should be doing more than waiting to hear about my son." Mitsuki turned to look at her fellow mother and tilted her head. "Why don't you then?" Confusion spread across the green-haired woman's face at this. "If you feel that way, why don't you do something about it?" Mitsuki elaborated, her eyes giving an excited gleam, and a grin formed as an idea popped into her head. "You know, I've always said that the police could always use some more level-headed people." Inko's eyes widened as she realized what the blonde was suggesting. "You can't be serious." I couldn't possibly." "Bullshit," Mitsuki interrupted, pointing a finger at the greenette. "You're the smartest person I know, and I bet if you had the right training, you'd be the perfect person to help find Izuku." But what about conflict of interest?" Inko refuted with a stutter. They wouldn't let me on that case because I'm his mother." Mitsuki scoffed at this. "Then show them that you're better than that. Show them that you can get shit done no matter what." "Still, you don't think I'm too old to even think about something like this? Being a police officer isn't a career choice a housewife in their 30s just goes for." "Well, you're going to be divorcing that Hisashi prick, aren't you?" Mitsuki questioned while knowing the answer already. "You're going to need to find a job that'll sustain both you and Izuku when he's found, anyway. Why not kill two birds with one stone? You join up with them, you've got a nice, stable job that'll pay more than enough for you too. And if you can't be a part of the investigation, you're smart enough to find ways to at least help out in some way. As for you being too old, I don't think you are. You just need a good workout routine to get in shape and you're golden." Inko went quiet as she contemplated the feasibility of all of this. She'd been a housewife for so long now that she knew it would be difficult to get back out and work once again. Did she have the drive to go through all of that training and education? Was she truly willing to become a police officer even though she knew she could be a part of her son's investigation? Was she just going to sit back and wait while her little Izu was probably scared out of his mind, wondering if he was going to be rescued? There was only one answer. "I'll do it," Inko stated determinedly. Mitsuki's grin widened even more at this. "Great. Then you're going to be hitting the gym with me starting tomorrow. I'll get you in shape so that you can kick all kinds of butt as soon as you get out of the academy." Izuku woke up and promptly screamed in pain. It had been like this almost ever since he was taken. He didn't know how long it had been since he last saw his mom. The first few days he was almost always crying and saying he wanted to go home and see her. He was told that he was never going to see her again and that he should start getting used to it. Just as he was about to start crying again, the man he only knew as Dr. Shigaraki gripped his head. He remembered pain racking his small body before he fell unconscious. It was a few days later when he finally woke up and discovered he now had a quirk. Well, to be specific, he had two quirks. He was currently strapped to a cold, metal table with multiple wires connected to small pads spread over various areas on his body. Electricity coursed through them and ran into his body, a violent, golden shroud covering his body as he writhed in agony. And then it would stop just as suddenly as it came. Izuku would be left staring up at the bright light hanging over him in this secret laboratory-looking room. He had no energy to even muster any tears anymore. Your body seems to be acclimating to the electrical half of your quirk quite well, young Izuku. A tall, burly man in a neatly pressed business suit said as he walked over to the side of the table. His hands were clasped behind his back as he did this, his facial features indiscernible as they were silhouetted in the light. The only things Izuku recognized were the gleaming glasses resting on his face and the evil grin spread across his face. I wager that in a few more months, we can start training your ice powers. After that, we will train both at the same time. And we'll be working on your physical abilities the entire time too. By the time I'm done with you, no hero will be able to hinder my plans for this country. And no. Izuku rasped out. I'm going to become a hero. A chuckle escaped Shigaraki after hearing this. You mean a hero like All Might? My boy, you really should get that ridiculous notion out of your head. You may not have been born twisted like other villains, but I will train you to be so twisted that you'll show the world why this ignorant piece created by a foolish symbol was a mistake. And it'll be all the sweeter when he finds out that it was you, a former quirkless. Izuku had no idea what the man meant by that. Why would it matter to his favorite hero that he used to be quirkless? He doubted that the fake doctor would tell him right now, so the boy ended up glaring at him as best as he could. All Might will stop you. He can try, Shigaraki simply replied before he straightened his body and started to walk away. Given how talkative you are, I think an increase in the voltage is needed. I want to see just how much you can handle, young Izuku. He kept walking, his grin never leaving his face as Izuku was once again being flooded with electricity, screaming in pain. And as the 4-year-old did, his eyes were wide open no matter how much the light hurt his retina. While he screamed, the emerald green irises slowly changed. The left turned into a bright, burning amber while the right became a piercing ice blue. They flashed as electricity crackled over his body, his screaming only becoming louder as the seconds passed. When they did, a focused bolt shot out from the shroud surrounding him and hit the light above him, causing the bulb inside to burst. The electricity didn't stop pouring out of him, however. He flooded the now non-functioning light and it spread throughout the wiring in the walls throughout the room. A computer nearby suddenly shut down while some monitoring equipment short-circuited, sparks flying out onto the floor of the lab. This caused Izuku to stop being shocked and he was left breathing heavily. His small chest heaved up and down as he continued to stare up in the darkened room. Only one thought came to his mind as he knew it wouldn't be long until Shigaraki came back. One person that he wanted nothing more than to see and go back to the happy days he had with her. Mom, please save me. He fell unconscious soon after. Unfortunately, his life would be nothing but hellish for 10 long years. 2 months had passed since her son was kidnapped and Inko barely noticed it go by. Her main focus over this course of time had been dealing with the divorce of Hisashi, since he'd clearly shown that he wasn't the man she married any longer. He was just an uncaring, cheating idiot that thought the sacred act of marriage was a joke. However, her problem was that he was the one earning all of the income in their relationship and she didn't know how to go about hiring a lawyer with such low funds. Hisashi, however, would no doubt be able to get himself some very competent legal aid. This was when Mitsuki once again came to the rescue and used the connections at her modeling agency to get Inko in contact with a lawyer specializing in divorce cases. She had to drive over to Minato City in order to meet him, which made her worried she wouldn't be able to afford his services. However, Mitsuki insisted on it and made the appointment for Inko. The Greenette was still apprehensive about all of it, but it was alleviated slightly after she arrived at the firm's office. She was given a friendly greeting by the receptionist and was even taken straight to the man's office. The meeting went swimmingly as the lawyer, a man named Ariete Abachio, showed her that he was more than willing to help her out. Inko was ecstatic when he said he would take her case on pro bono because he felt that any man who would disgrace his marriage should pay the price. Oh boy, did Hisashi pay the price. Turns out, Ariete had a quirk that was perfect for his profession. He simply couldn't be lied to. If anyone tried to tell him something false, anything whatsoever, they would end up saying the truth instead. This made the negotiations with Hisashi and his lawyer immensely fun to see play out. Inko barely had to say anything as Hisashi himself admitted that he'd been cheating on her for years with some secretary from his workplace. Her husband's lawyer simply sweated at his side and couldn't really do much from there. It was child's play for Ariete to use all of that in court and make it to where the family court ruled in Inko's favor. The only thing that he couldn't do anything about was how long the legal processes took. So, after a few months of going through these proceedings, Hisashi ended up having to pay quite the hefty sum to Inko for his egregious behavior during their marriage. That, and they especially didn't take kindly to his callous attitude about his own son's kidnapping. While he wouldn't be left completely penniless, it would still be quite the blow to both his pride and the rest of his finances. When everything was said and done, Inko was once again a free woman. Mitsuki set a small celebratory party for her and invited Ariete because of all the hard work he did. Inko had genuinely enjoyed herself that night as it felt like it had been forever since the last time she had fun. Sadly, it didn't last forever as she bid everyone goodbye and got back to her empty apartment. That was when the realization that it was just going to be her almost made her break down. This chapter in her life may have been over, but there was still a piece of her life missing, her son. Izuku still hadn't been found yet, and not a night went by where Inko didn't cry herself to sleep thinking about him. She sometimes wondered if she would ever get to see him again. Detective Tsukachi was still working on the case even after it had been 6 months since he was taken. It was here that she reminded herself that she would do whatever it took to get her son back from that villain of a fake doctor. Mitsuki's suggestion about joining the police force was something she still planned to pursue. And seeing as how she now had a lot of extra free time and money, she was going to train both her body and her quirk to blow their exam out of the water. Tsukachi, surprised as he was, had confirmed that she was still eligible to enter. When he was sure that she seemed to be genuinely determined about her joining, he gave her the details of what the exam called for. Inko's new path was set, and she was going to walk it with confidence. 2 years since the kidnapping. Kidnapped in the middle of a hospital, you say? The baritone voice of a tall, muscular and blond man asked as he looked through the documents given to him. One could easily tell that he was a hero just by the costume he was wearing. It consisted of a red, white and blue bodysuit that conformed tightly onto his well-defined physique. He had short, blonde hair that was swept backward and had 2 tufts that were constantly pointed above him. They were the reason there were shadows on most of his face, but there was a wide, ever-present grin that shone no matter where he was. This man was All Might, the symbol of peace and top-ranked pro-hero in Japan. That's right. Naomasa Tsukachi nodded as he brought up a remote to the widescreen television in front of them. A small click was heard and, immediately, footage of various camera feeds inside the hospital were shown to them both. Inko Midoriya took her son to the Mizutofu General Hospital for a quirk analysis. As soon as they entered the lobby to check in, they were told that their assigned doctor, Yoritsubasa, had a family emergency and wasn't available. The detective pointed at the particular feed that showed this to All Might. Not a moment later, that playback distorted violently before it went black. About a minute or two later, it came back to life and ran normally like nothing had ever happened. All Might hummed and his eyes glowed through the shadows hovering over them, 2 bright blue spheres staring at the cameras. So, he took the place of their doctor and did the exam himself, he summarized from there. Correct. Naomasa placed the remote onto a table riddled with papers pertaining to his investigation. He turned to All Might, looking up at the burly hero with a stern expression on his face. And get this, Izuku was only taken once it was found out that he was quirkless. Mrs. Midoriya stated that he thought his posing as a doctor would just be some idle venture. That he wasn't expecting to be given such a perfect template. This caused the pro's head to snap towards the detective, eyes widening in shock. He said those exact words? All Might asked and got a nod as an answer. A sinking feeling in his gut welled up inside of him, and he felt the urge to puke. After all this time, he reveals himself and kidnaps a child. Is he planning on going through with that promise he made? This world you've built around yourself is nothing but a lie, All Might. I will help this naive population realize just how fragile it is. Whether it takes me 10 days or 10 years, the plans I have for that world will come to fruition. All I need is the perfect template to start with. Tashinori? Naomasa asked, concerned. He felt it was okay to use his real name since they were in a private room. He wanted to know what made the normally boisterous man look so serious. Everything okay? I fear not, All Might replied in a tone that now matched the expression he wore. The wide grin that the world always saw was no longer present. I believe I know who it was that kidnapped young Izuku. His hands balled up into fists as the mere thought of his longtime enemy filled him with anger. It was an emotion he solely reserved for the man that murdered his teacher. But first, tell me, what was the name he was called by the hospital staff? Naomasa checked his notes for a moment before he answered. He only ever went by Shigaraki. No first name was ever given. That cinched it for the muscular hero as his eyes narrowed at the camera showing the feed of the disguised All for One turning around a corner. The man rarely revealed himself to the public, but he always used the same name every time he did, Shigaraki. It was circumspect if that was his real name, but All Might lean towards the notion of it being so. All for One probably felt that there was no point in using an alias because it wouldn't matter. If, by chance, someone did know of him and who he truly was, then they'd just end up dead. Their body would never be found. It's him, isn't it? The detective asked suddenly, breaking the hero out of his thoughts. The one you warned me about after you told me about your quirk? Despite knowing the answer to his questions, there was no fear in his eyes whatsoever. He joined the police force to stop people like this monster, and he wasn't going to back down no matter what. Especially not when an innocent child was in the hands of a guy like this. All for One, All Might nodded grimly in confirmation. It's been a few years since he's appeared, and he decided to be quite brazen about it this time. Never would I have imagined he would waltz into a hospital, pose as a doctor, and take a young boy right in front of his mother. He clenched a fist and raised up in front of his face. His blue eyes glowed in determination as he focused on the camera feed that showed Shigaraki walking around a corner inside the hospital. The only footage that he was caught in. And if one were to look closer, they would see a smirk formed the entire time he moved. The mere sight of him doing that caused the muscular hero to scowl angrily. Naomasa frowned momentarily when he saw this. He suddenly walked over in front of All Might and bumped a fist onto the one that was being raised by the hero. Hey, you can't go losing your composure so easily. He gave a firm smile as he looked up at his friend. We'll bring this guy to justice for all of the evil that he's caused. So, don't go losing your smile or else it'll just be another thing that he's stolen. It was here that All Might realized what he was doing and lowered his fist back down to his side. His grin once again adorned his face as he chuckled lowly. Thank you now. He nodded before returning his attention back to the camera feeds. I still feel frustrated that I was away when all of this happened. If I was closer at the time, then Izuku still would have been taken because no one knew All for One was there, the detective interrupted. You had important business that couldn't be helped, Tashinori. It's not anyone's fault. Now, do you have any guesses as to why he would have wanted to take Izuku? He's not from a rich family or anything. His mother was a simple housewife before she divorced her husband, who is just a businessman. There isn't anything really special. That's probably why he took him, All Might said back, making Naomasa raise a brow at him. A few years ago, he told me that he needed a perfect template for the plans he has for Japan. I never thought much of it until today and hearing that young Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. I think he plans on making the boy a weapon to use against me. Naomasa's eyes widened as he thought if he should tell Inko about this. He had honestly doubted her a bit when she asked him if she would be able to join the police force. The woman completely blew his expectations out of the water, though, when she graduated the top of her class and was now doing an impeccable job working her way up to become a detective like him. He'd told her explicitly that she wouldn't be able to investigate her son's kidnapping because of conflict of interest, and she kept her word that she wouldn't. She said that she had another reason for joining anyway, that if she could help prevent any other mothers from going through the same pain she was, then she would. Her son had wanted to become a hero, and this was the closest way she felt that she could stay connected with Izuku. The question for him now was if he should tell her about this. He hadn't been able to give any tangible update on the case the last 2 years, and a part of him certainly felt that she deserved to know. However, since All for One was involved, this would no doubt place her in danger if she was told. "I suppose it's my turn to ask what's troubling you?" All Might asked with a mildly amused grin. "Sorry, it's just, I'm debating on how to say any of this to Inko." Naomasa crossed his arms over his chest. "She joined the police force a couple of years back, and I see her almost every day. She doesn't say anything, but her face constantly asks if I've got any news for her. And I've been frustrated that I always have to tell her otherwise. Now, we finally have a lead, and I don't think it'd be a good idea to say anything because of All for One." A hum escaped the hero, nodding as he understood his friend's predicament. "That certainly is troubling," he commented. "I've only heard about her in passing, but I have to say that I'm impressed she's doing as well as she is. Not many mothers who have had their sons kidnapped in front of them decide to do something instead of waiting. She must have a very strong will and determination." "So what would you suggest?" "You'd have to keep it vague. Tell her that the villain who took young Izuku is incredibly dangerous and that we can't tell her anything more," All Might said before he let out a tired sigh, bringing a hand up to his face to pinch the bridge of his nose. "I think I could use a break. Haven't been getting as much sleep lately." Naomasa nodded in agreement and gave the hulking man a pat on the back. "I can go make some coffee for you then. Come on." When he opened the door to exit the briefing room, he froze as he stared at an equally surprised Inko. He looked around and saw that no one else was nearby before he gave her a very stern expression. "How long have you been standing here? Did you hear anything we said?" Inko knew better than to lie to her superior and fellow officer. "Long enough." She clutched the stack of documents to the side she was holding them at and looked down at the floor. "I know I shouldn't have, and I never planned to. I was told you were here by the chief after he told me to deliver these to you. I was going to knock, but then you mentioned my son and I got selfish." All Might walked up from behind Naomasa and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, ma'am," he said in a tone that matched the gesture. He looked down at the detective before continuing. "Well, I don't think we have much choice now. Unless you think she'd be willing to forget she heard anything." "Sorry again," Inko apologized. "But probably not." Naomasa ran a hand through his hair and sighed as he knew this was going to be one hell of a conversation. "I'll be back with 3 coffees instead of 2, he sighed and headed towards the break room. Izuku felt as if his body was going to fall apart at any moment now. He was on his hands and knees in the middle of a giant, metal chamber with cuts and scrapes riddling his small body. The black jumpsuit that was given to him by the fake doctor, or All for One as he preferred to be called, had rips and tears in those same areas. His old clothing had been taken from him because they weren't suited for the training he was being put through. That, and he'd grown out of them by this point. The jumpsuit fit him well enough, sized just a bit larger so that he wouldn't have to worry much in the future. He breathed heavily as he stared at his hands, misty clouds coming out of his mouth with each exhalation. His different-colored eyes stared in dismay as yet another change had made itself known thanks to the dual quirk he was forcibly given. His hands and forearms were now perpetually covered in ice. Anything he touched became frozen in an instant. He couldn't even feel anything with his fingers anymore. Only the constant, chilly sensation that surrounded them now. When he looked up, he stared at the evilly grinning form of the man that had kidnapped him. Izuku never thought that he could ever feel hate before, but All for One certainly brought it out in spades. It was a new emotion for him since he was still only 6 years old. However, it was the only thing that made sense as to how he felt every time he saw the one who brutishly trained him every day for what seemed like months now. "Your control is still lacking, young Izuku," All for One noted as he saw his new project's hands freezing the floor he touched. "However, you're progressing quite nicely. I never could have imagined how compatible that quirk would be for you." It's almost as if you had been born with it instead of gifted. I hate it. Izuku clenched his hands and the icy patch grew larger around them. I never asked for this power. Would you rather have been left quirkless? The dark-haired man asked as his glasses gleamed ominously in front of his eyes. Live in a world that thinks that a person's value is based solely on their quirk? He shook his head after this. My boy, no one should have to go through the ridicule and bullying you would have been subjected to. You might not think so, but you're quite lucky that I chose to take you under my wing, young Izuku. You'll be leading a far more enriched life than the one you would have had previously. Izuku slowly but steadily got back up to his feet, his arms hanging at his sides. He glared at All for One, his blue and yellow irises unconsciously glowing as he did. I would have been happy, he yelled angrily. You train me until I'm beyond exhausted every day. It's only because of the quirk you gave me that I haven't died yet. And you think that I should feel lucky that you took me away from my home? Suddenly, he pointed his palms at All for One and willed his quirk to operate. A swirling, misty wind began to gather up in his hands, coalescing and forming into a solid shape. Soon, an orb of ice that was about as big as a melon hovered before the young boy. With a cry of effort mixed with hate, he pushed his hands forward and made the ball launch right at the chest of his target. I want my old life back. All for One's grin widened as he saw this happen. His interest peaked at the way young Izuku utilized the ice half of his quirk. When the ball of ice was shot at him, he merely raised a hand after mentally going through his catalog of quirks and choosing one. That same hand was suddenly enveloped by a light blue aura. When the icy orb touched that aura, it was immediately sent back towards Izuku. However, the speed in which it did so was much faster than before. The green-haired boy's eyes widened when he saw his attack batted away without any effort whatsoever. He didn't have time to move out of the way, so his only hope would be to stop the ball himself. He grunted when it came back into contact with his hands, his feet sliding back on the floor from the force he was dealing with. Izuku did eventually stop sliding once his back hit a wall, but he still struggled with his rebound attack. He mustered up all of the energy he had available to him. Dancing sparks of gold electricity surrounded his arms as his muscles tensed. He then grit his teeth and clenched his fingers into the ball of ice and pushed it as hard as he could to his left. It shot over to a random piece of equipment lying around and froze it completely once it made contact. Izuku was left shaking and breathing haggardly before he fell to his knees, unable to keep himself standing for too long. All for One hummed as he walked over to the boy. Impressive, young Izuku, he praised, stopping just in front of him. With your electrical half increasing the density of your muscles, you were able to successfully divert that attack. I'll be looking forward to seeing just how strong I can make you as the years go by. Please. Izuku's voice was weak from exertion as tears threatened the corners of his eyes. I want to go home. You can have this quirk back. I don't care about staying quirkless. He shook his head and the tears splattered onto All for One's dress shoes. I want to see my mom again. I'm afraid that's not going to happen, young Izuku. The taller man raised a hand up to his spectacles and readjusted them on his face. You'll be far more useful to me as a weapon against that so-called symbol of peace rather than a civilian in the cruel society we have now. Weapon? Izuku couldn't help but ask, and then his eyes widened in realization. His head then shot up and he gave All for One a hard glare. You've got to be insane if you think I'd ever fight against All Might for you. A chuckle escaped All for One. Oh, you will, he stated back. You're a smart boy, young Izuku. Surely, you know that he must have heard about you by now. It's been almost 2 years now. If he truly was this great hero the people imagine him to be, then he should have saved you by now, right? He turned around and walked a few steps away from Izuku, holding his arms out widely as he did. Saving one small child shouldn't be any problem at all for him. And yet, here you are, becoming an instrumental figure in my plans to finally be rid of him once and for all. Why would you put such faith in someone that clearly doesn't deserve it? He will save me. Believe in him. Izuku retorted. All for One's arms lowered back down as he looked over his shoulder to the boy. He shook his head just before he continued. Let's see how long you keep that attitude, young Izuku. Until then, keep developing your quirk for me. Cultivate it so that my weapon shall be so sharp that it will cut your symbol to shreds." He let out a low, evil-sounding chuckle as he walked away, a door opening up for him at one of the walls. At the same time as All for One exited, another figure appeared before Izuku. Its body was nothing but a silhouette, but it looked to be about the same height and stature as him. The only thing that the green-haired boy could really see was the glowing red eyes staring at him menacingly. A high-pitched scream echoed throughout the chamber, and Izuku, exhausted as he was, prepared to fight. All for One held no mercy, after all. Not even for someone as young as he was. He just had to grow stronger and survive. 4 years since the kidnapping. Katsuki Bakugo wanted to be a hero ever since he was 4. Even before he knew what his quirk was, he knew that it was something he was born to do. Every time he saw his idol, All Might, go up against a villain and win every time only cemented the future he wanted for himself. He wanted to be strong like that and protect people, show them that they had nothing to fear as long as he was around. So, when he found out that the quirks from his mom and dad, Glycerin and Acid Sweat respectively, created his explosion, he knew he was more than qualified to be a hero. He had a friend that he'd met when he was 4 that shared the same dream, Izuku Midoriya. They apparently lived close to each other and randomly met at a nearby park one day. All they did was talk about how cool heroes were and which ones were their favorites. Of course, they both shared the same choice of idol as well. From then on, they became fast friends and would play with each other almost every day of the week. It wasn't long after that when they started going to school. A week after they did, Katsuki's quirk manifested. Izuku was just as excited as he was when it happened and couldn't stop wondering what his own quirk was going to be like. The months went by and almost every other student in class developed their quirks except for Izuku. Katsuki, by that point, was starting to become rather arrogant because of all the praise he was getting from the teachers at school. On the same morning that Izuku went off for his quirk assessment, he mentioned that he was going to start calling his friend Deku, since it was starting to fit him perfectly. A wooden puppet that wouldn't ever be able to achieve anything. And then Izuku was gone. Just like that, his friend was taken by some villain that had disguised himself as a doctor and took Izuku. And even after 4 years, the police still hadn't found anything. Auntie Inko even became a cop so that she could help find her son, and nothing. So, Katsuki has had to live with the fact that he called his friend something so demeaning and hurtful as the last thing he said all this time. As he moved up in grades, it was something that never left his head. What if he were a hero and he'd said something similar to a victim he couldn't save? Katsuki ended up getting the idea into his head that maybe he shouldn't try to make friends. He was scared that his admittedly brash personality would end up with him saying something mean to someone he didn't know and never see them again. That the only thing they'd remember him for was just how cutting his words could be. He didn't want to be that type of person, as that wasn't what a hero would do. With this thought came a new desire for why he wanted to be a hero. He was going to become strong, surpassing even All Might, and rescue his friend from that fake doctor. And then they would become heroes together, just like they promised each other they would all those years ago. There was just one thing that Katsuki had to get through first. Katsuki, his mother called from the other side of his bedroom door, knocking impatiently. "You ready for school yet?" He got his shirt on and ran over his door and opened it up. "I've been ready, old hag," he yelled back at her as he ran past and went to put on his shoes. "You're just slow." A tick mark appeared on Mitsuki's forehead. "What was that, brat?" she asked angrily, but the both of them knew that she wasn't really. This was just how they talked with each other, and they were fine with that. For a moment, her fierce expression changed to a small smile. It felt like her household felt like it was going back to how it used to be before Izuku was kidnapped. Her son still may not have gotten over that, but he was doing better. As soon as Katsuki was done tying his laces, he hopped up onto his feet and grabbed his backpack from nearby. This made the blonde mother take that cue to walk up to the door and open it up for her son. "Hurry it up, brat. If you're late for school, you're making your own dinner." He just made an angry expression and acquiesced to the bossy woman's wishes. 5 years since the kidnapping. Secret base. A now 9-year-old Izuku sat alone in the average-looking bedroom he had been living in since he was taken here. He was in front of a desk writing in a notebook that had Quirk Analysis Volume 7 on the front of it. It was the only part of his old life that All for One had allowed him to keep. The perpetually grinning man had said that it would be a good skill for him to have in the future. So, he had bought him more than a few notebooks so that Izuku wouldn't run out anytime soon. Problem was, since All for One didn't really let many subordinates wander around near Izuku, it was sometimes difficult to make any entries. That was why Izuku decided to make ones on the quirks he'd seen All for One use against him during training. And he had seen a lot over the years, as the villain put him through the ringer. Almost every day in order to hone the weapon he was being made into. That was something that Izuku always grimaced about, being called a weapon by the man. All for One didn't see him as a human being, only a tool that he planned on using to get rid of All Might. Izuku himself was still unsure how a kid like him could even stand a chance against the symbol of peace, but All for One seemed to think otherwise. Sure, he knew that he was strong for his age, but to eventually take on the man that had been at the #1 spot for years? It was something the young boy couldn't really fathom. Perhaps it had to do with the dual quirk that was forced onto him? Possible, since each component of the quirk was powerful. The electrical side, conduit, allowed him to channel electricity in and out of his body. He can fire off concentrated bolts of lightning or create a small electromagnetic shield in the direction he was facing to reflect certain attacks. It also seemed to enhance his physical capabilities and reflexes as well. His muscles were denser, enabling him to lift things much heavier than him with relative ease. His bones were stronger to allow him to take quite a beating before he started to feel it. Finally, his reflexes were notably sharper as he was able to dodge things most people wouldn't. All for One was still testing the amount of things that he couldn't. Boy, was that fun. The noticeable drawback of this side was that he couldn't infinitely generate his electricity. If he ever ended up running out of juice, he would need to find a viable electrical source that he could absorb from via touch. Also, large bodies of water are a major weakness for him as well. If he were to be submerged any higher than his waist, then he will essentially short-circuit and be injured greatly. Prolonged PRDS of contact would even kill him depending on the amount of water. His other side, Ice Make, allowed him to create objects made of ice that froze whatever it was they touched. It was truly a devastating quirk since he would be able to slow his opponents down as well as deal significant damage to them at the same time. So, he mainly used it to create melee weapons that he was being trained in. His repertoire was ever increasing since All for One wanted him to be ready for any type of situation. Unfortunately, the drawback for this quirk was time. He had to constantly be pumping energy into his ice weapons in order for them to keep their shape. Otherwise, their durability would decrease rapidly the longer he wielded a weapon. Izuku lost count of how many times he'd had a bat or bowstaff shatter in his hands because he lost concentration. So, he had to be quick and precise with his strikes to subdue his opponents. His control over both of these quirks had gotten much better, much to Izuku's relief. He was now able to touch things without freezing them now. He could also hold a decent amount of electricity inside of his body before needing a recharge. However, All for One didn't plan on stopping his training anytime soon. There were still plenty of intense shock treatments and quirk endurance training exercises to look forward to. But back to the original point, Izuku still didn't think that he could topple All Might. The man had single-handedly brought about an era of peace throughout all of Japan. Crime rates were at an all-time low and they stayed that way thanks to his efforts. He'd fought villains of all shapes and sizes, of varying powers, and he still won. The only villain that Izuku thought could be an actual threat to the #1 hero was All for One and his plethora of quirks. Where did Izuku and his dual quirk fit into the evil man's plans? When he was first kidnapped, All for One mentioned something about him being a perfect template, but all he'd done so far was give him a powerful quirk and train him brutally and extensively. Maybe he was simply waiting for Izuku to get strong or to be of a certain age. Possible with both. Too many unknown factors remained, however. Suddenly, a knock emanated from his door. Interrupted from writing in his notebook and mental musings, he looked towards. Izuku had made a few escape attempts over the years and the thick, metal door was a testament to that. It was apparently made of something called fiber steel. Basically, it was specially made to resist the extremely cold temperatures that Izuku's ice-make attacks could get to. Midoriya-sen, a rather professional-sounding male voice called out from the other side. Your presence is needed. I have come to escort you. After that, Izuku would hear the multiple locks on the outside of the door being unlocked before opening. What stepped through was a man that was wreathed in some sort of purple fog, dressed in clothes that looked just as professional as the way he spoke. Only his head and hands were visible and the fog flowed wildly, almost akin to fire. A pair of glowing yellow eyes stared at Izuku from the head, just above a large metal brace that went around his collarbone. What for, Kurogyri? Izuku asked in return, placing his mechanical pencil down and closing the notebook. Kurogyri's eyes narrowed until they were just thin lines, signifying they were closed, before he shook his head. I was not told, unfortunately. I suggest we not wait. With a sigh, Izuku got out of his chair and walked over to the door. The thought of trying to rush the foggy man played around in his head, but he ultimately decided against it. Too many times had he tried to escape by now, and every single time met with failure. By now, it was futile since All for One had increased his security and his henchmen had become quite vigilant. And he had been pushing his luck far too much in trying to get away lately. There were other reasons as to why he stopped trying to escape. Kurogyri closed the door once Izuku had exited his room and turned away from him. As soon as he did, a large, swirling circle of the same purple fog that he was made of appeared. This was his quirk, Warp Gate. He was able to control the fog he was made of and create portals to other locations. All he needed to know were the coordinates and he would be able to open a portal anywhere he chose. Izuku watched as Kurogyri stepped aside and then gestured for him to step through. The 9-year-old steeled himself before walking right into the fog. His vision was momentarily filled with nothing but darkness before it cleared just as suddenly. When it did, he was back in the giant training room that he'd seen many times before. A few feet away from his front stood All for One, the tall and spectacled man grinning in a sinister manner just as he always did. Greetings, young Izuku, he said to the boy. Today, I've got quite the special test for you. You've been improving in your control of your quirk, but what I want to see is power now. All for One then moved to the side and showed Izuku that he was purposefully standing in front to hide the fact that someone else was at the center of the training room. Meet Subject 2, the doctor's latest project in his Nomu series. The green-haired boy's amber and blue eyes narrowed at the creature as he knew who the doctor was and what his experiments usually entailed. Both he and All for One would kidnap random people and experiment on them without remorse. They would infuse those people with a variety of quirks and see how well they took to them. Every single person had turned into a mindless husk, powerful in their own right but could only respond to orders given by the doctor or All for One. Becoming killing machines that he was constantly made to fight in order to gather data for the former. Because that was now his training routine, kill or be killed. All for One had the bright idea one day to begin dismantling Izuku's heroic mindset by having him kill relentlessly. And it was beginning to work as he felt like every time he was forced to do so, a piece of him went along with the experiment he permanently took down. He knew that they were no longer people, not really, but they had been. Their lives were taken away as soon as the doctor got his wretched hands on them, but he was the one that ultimately ended them. Today wouldn't be any different for Izuku as the boy examined the latest monster that the doctor created. It was almost as tall as All for One himself, but not quite as bulky. Its build resembling closer to that of a swimmer. Its skin was pitch black and it had on a pair of torn cargo pants on its lower body, the only remaining piece of the person this creature used to be. Though, it was the head of it that always made Izuku's skin crawl. Its brain was showing at the very top of its scalp while the rest of its face was blank. There were 2 wide and unblinking eyes showing at the front of the brain, staring right at him. You know the drill by now, young Izuku, All for One said to the boy, adjusting the glasses on his face. Kill this Nomu so the doctor can gather data on its performance against you. Izuku simply nodded before he walked on over to the Nomu, stopping until he was just a few feet away from it. The creature didn't even move as he did, Its eyes pointed downward at him to show that it at least had its attention on him. For a few moments, Izuku reciprocated and stared right back. Nomu's body began to twitch as its muscles flexed, impatience setting in for the monster. Its jaw began to lower and the area where its mouth should be located stretched until its flesh ripped apart. An inhuman scream echoed throughout the room just as the Nomu attempted to grab Izuku, its hands reaching towards both of his sides. That was when Izuku moved. He activated Conduit and spread it through his body to increase his physical attributes, golden electricity arcing all over him. Then he bent himself backwards to dodge the grab from the Nomu, its arms crossing as they missed their target. Izuku let himself fall back just enough for him to reach towards the floor so that he could use his hands for balance. He lifted his feet and aimed them right at the crossed arms of the Nomu, concentrating as much power as he could into his biceps and forearms. With a strong push, he shot himself towards Nomu like a bullet. As soon as his feet made contact with its blackened skin, its flesh began to cave in unnaturally. The creature was barely able to let out a yelp of pain as its arms were quickly flattened from the strength of Izuku's springing kick. It jumped away before he could keep following through to its chest, its arms hanging at its sides now. However, this is when something strange happened. The Nomu let out a howling screech that sounded like a mixture of anguish and fury as its previously crushed arms renewed right before Izuku's eyes. Regeneration? Izuku whispered to himself as his different-colored eyes narrowed. He then saw Nomu's body grow even taller than it was before, reaching past all for one in height as its body bulked out even more. That's going to be a problem. It looks even stronger now and has its arms back. That only happened after I crushed them, though. All for One watched as his weapon-to-be analyzed what was happening with the Nomu. The boy had a high aptitude for figuring out how a quirk worked in just a few moments of it being activated. By now, he wouldn't doubt that Izuku had a couple dozen plans forming in that smart brain of his. The boy was truly a treasure to train as he grew stronger with each battle. All he had to do was get the boy to relinquish those foolish ideals that he was taught to believe in and he would be perfect. This time, Izuku moved first as he ran right at Nomu with an almost blinding speed for one so young. As he did, he held his arms out at his sides, a blue mist coalescing inside of his palms before it condensed and hardened. In a flash, two sai appeared within them and he gripped the handles. He reversed the sai in his hands so that the pointed ends aimed behind him. Seeing its target running straight towards it, the Nomu slammed its fists down on the floor in front of it. The ground began to shake and a trail of earthy spikes erupted and were now heading towards Izuku. He saw this and jumped high up into the air to dodge them. It also has some sort of manipulation quirk. Just how many did the doctor give it? He thought to himself before he threw his ice sai right at the eyes of the creature. Since it was still straightening itself from its previous attack, the sai sank right into their targets. When the creature screamed in pain and reached towards his weapons, they abruptly shattered into small pieces as Nomu's face froze over. Better take it out before it has a chance to recover. Just as he was about to create another weapon to try and smash the Nomu's brains in, his eyes widened when its entire head did a 180 and revealed a second set of eyes that were staring at him now. The ocular orbs began to glow a bright red and Izuku felt his instincts tell him he was in danger. He held his forearms together in front of him, focusing his ice make around them until a giant shield appeared. Izuku grit his teeth and prepared for whatever it was that was going to come. A powerful laser shot out of the Nomu's eyes, a loud whirring noise emanating from them as the beam shot so fast through the air that it hit Izuku's shield in less than a second. As soon as it made contact with the defensive weapon, the laser pushed the boy backwards through the air. A screech of exertion came from the Nomu as the beam suddenly increased in size, increasing the force to even deadlier levels than what it was pumping out before. Izuku had to keep his shield intact or else he would get a pretty NTMT meeting with that laser. And that was one thing he didn't want to happen right now. There wasn't much else he could do about it either. Since he was in the air, he couldn't try to dodge since his powers didn't allow him to move whilst airborne. And even if he could, all the Nomu would have to do is look at his direction and he'd have to deal with the laser again. So, he used all of his energy in keeping his ice shield formed for protection. It didn't even surprise him when he felt his back impact a steel wall inside the training room. Didn't mean it didn't hurt any less. He felt his air leave him, but he couldn't afford to let that get in the way of him losing focus. That laser was still going strong, and the Noma didn't seem like it was going to let up any time soon. He didn't know how he was going to get himself out of this. What should he do? All for one watched intently at the struggle young Izuku was facing at the moment. He was intrigued that Nomu was able to put out such ludicrous amounts of force with that ocular laser it possessed. What intrigued him even more was the fact that it was capable of firing that laser without becoming exhausted immediately. For the longest time now, the Nomu projects all faced a stability issue. After prolonged use of whatever quirks were implanted, they would die on the spot. This one was showing a significant improvement on that end, which meant only one thing: the doctor was getting better. Oh, the things that he could do with a bunch of mindless creatures with such powerful quirks at their disposal. Barring that, Izuku was becoming quite proficient in using his dual quirk in combat. His reflexes were getting better as well as his ice weapon use. He still needed some work, but they had plenty of time to fix any problem areas. By the time he was done with the boy, no hero would be able to stand a chance. Just as he had this thought, he heard a beep coming from the communicator in his right ear. He pressed a finger onto it and spoke. "Yes?" he asked. "Sir, we have an issue," a voice said from the other side. "Some heroes have apparently located us and are now preparing to breach our defenses. They have a rather large police force with them as well. How should we proceed? Any visuals on the heroes themselves?" "Endeavor, Sir Night Eye and All Might are the biggest threats." A moment of silence passed before they continued. "We also have some newer pros among them. Don't have much info just yet on their abilities." All for one hummed in thought, watching as the Nomo finally stopped firing its laser as it reached exhaustion before Izuku could. The boy immediately ran at the beast to prepare another attack. Have the doctor prepare any expendables. He may have to slow down the newer heroes. I'll have to take on All Might personally. Lock down the training room as soon as I leave and have Kurogyri on standby in case they're able to get in. And what about us, sir? The question caused the villain to chuckle lowly. You do what I've paid you to do, of course. Slow down anyone that tries to get to the training room. Now get to work. With that, he ended the communication. He saw that Izuku and Nomu were still fighting, so he used the chance to walk out of the room unnoticed. A large metal door opened up before him and then hissed closed once he was out. As soon as he did, multiple steel bars ran across the door and then an even bigger, sturdier door slammed in front of the only entrance to the training room. Let's see just how strong you've gotten, All Might. His glasses gleamed menacingly just as soon as the ground began to shake beneath him and a booming explosion came from somewhere deep in the base. Inko stared at the abandoned hospital with nothing but determination on her face. Her viridescent eyes were alight with a blazing fire from behind the thick glass of her riot helmet. The rest of her was covered in tactical clothing and Kevlar protective padding. There was no fear whatsoever in the way she held herself in the crowd of her fellow officers. After all, she'd been training for 5 years for this moment, where she would find her son and bring the monster that took him from her to justice. When she first joined the police force, she was met with more than a few skeptics. They had all been surprised that she had passed the qualification exam with ease. It was the interview portion where she had the most hardship as they constantly brought her age up and why she was choosing such a career so late in life. What possible motivation could she have? This was when she brought up her son and what happened to him. How a villain kidnapped him inside of a public hospital right in front of her, and how helpless she felt every day when the case was met with 0 results. None of the heroes who had heard about the case came back with anything either. Eventually, she got tired of waiting and wanted to do something to help. She knew that she wouldn't be able to actually work on her son's case, but she also didn't want any other parent to go through what she was going through. That was her motivation, to help people just like her son would have if given the chance. She had still been a nervous wreck after she was dismissed that day. She wondered if she said too much or maybe didn't prove herself enough to them. However, her worries were unfounded as she eventually got a letter stating that she had been accepted. Mitsuki had been beyond happy for her, especially with just how much butt she kicked by being the top scorer in the written exam. And she was also glad that her help in training the former housewife got her to be more than fit enough for the physical portion. From there, time blurred for Inko as she went from working menial cases to becoming one of the precinct's top-tier members. All of her extra time in combat training as well as using her quirk more to develop it better made her a force to be reckoned with. There were many criminals that she brought in that were left shaking in fear after they got a Midoriya beatdown, as some of the other officers called it. It should be noted that those criminals were villains that had no qualms of putting innocent people in danger or use them as bargaining chips. Years later, she would eventually happen upon a conversation that her superior, Naomasa, and the symbol of peace, All Might, had inside a briefing room. She heard that they both knew the name of the villain that kidnapped her son and that he was an extremely dangerous person. Inko didn't really notice them talking about how the former would bring this up to her as she was lost in her own thoughts at the time. So, she was surprised to suddenly see Naomasa staring at her and asking what she had heard. The rest was history. There had been reports of multiple kidnappings taking place in Tokyo for a couple of years now. They all seemed to be similar to that of Izuku's as no clues were left behind. No matter how closely the areas where the person went missing were searched, there were no signs of them. Not only that, but the kidnappings would happen at random times in seemingly harmless neighborhoods. And these people would remain missing because there was simply no way for the police to get any progress without clues. Eventually, those closely related to the victims raised an outcry of incompetence at both the Hero Association and police force. They faced even further backlash when they started using their social media accounts to spread the word on how nothing was being done for them. Not everyone quite believed that the police were just sitting on their hands all of the time. Nor did they all believe that the heroes helping out in the investigations were completely useless. Sadly, those people were in the minority. The literally dog-faced chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami, had no choice but to create a task force whose sole focus was to find the culprit behind these kidnappings. It was a no-brainer when he immediately went to Naomasa and All Might for their help, but he seemed hesitant letting Inko on because of the possibility of her son being found at the end of this. Naomasa and All Might vouched for her, though, and said that her sharp mind would be nothing but helpful on this task force. With that out of the way, the chief brought on more pro-heroes as well. Endeavor, a hero that was quickly rising up in the ranks, was invited because they needed more than one powerhouse and he had more than enough firepower, literally and figuratively, to bring in. Another was All Might's sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. The stern-looking man's intelligence as well as his quirk, foresight, would help immensely. Many other heroes joined in of their own volition and it wasn't long before their widespread investigation began. About 2 months went by as every area where a kidnapping occurred was watched closely for any suspicious activity. They'd taken in a number of suspects, but none of them had the talent needed to be able to leave no trace. Doubt began to spread among the task force as no progress was being made. Some of the lesser-known heroes were beginning to worry more about their rankings more than the investigation. That caused some officers to get into arguments about them caring more about rankings than human lives. Those tensions quickly vanished when Naomasa and Inko caught a villain bringing an unconscious person to a random alleyway in Hosu City. The detectives were able to sneak over to the villain without them noticing. They saw the apparent kidnapper open up a sewer grate and jump inside. After notifying some of the heroes nearby, they followed the villain down because this was all too suspicious for them not to. Even if they weren't led to anything substantial, they would still make sure that the person was rescued. The villain had been careful as they walked through the winding paths of the underground sewers. Naomasa and Inko almost lost sight of them a few times but were able to catch up soon enough. Eventually, the kidnapper stopped at a ladder that led up to the surface and climbed it. When the coast was clear, the detectives followed after and discovered that they were near an abandoned hospital near the outskirts of Hosu. The villain looked to be heading towards a dumpster, but they were unable to reach it as Naomasa made a judgment call to save the civilian from there. Thanks to their teamwork and training, the villain had no idea they were being followed until it was too late and were rendered unconscious. Inko arrested the apparently male and mysterious villain, and while Naomasa got the civilian to safety. They returned to the station and immediately set up an interrogation room for the kidnapper they just snagged. Apparently, the villain's name was Newt, due to his reptilian appearance, and he had made quite the name for himself in the criminal underworld. He was the guy one turned to if you wanted someone gone in many senses of the word. From straight murder to retrieving certain people for various reasons, he did it all. Because of the paralytic and poisonous toxin that he could secrete, he could easily kill a person or render them unconscious. And because of how experienced he was, Newt left no traces of him even being in the area. The task force had found possibly the most prime suspect to at least ease the public's ire somewhat. There was still a problem with doing just that, however. He wouldn't say a word about the hospital he was going to leave his latest victim at. Nor did he say anything about any of the previous kidnapped people or if he left them at that same location. It was quite frustrating that he remained as silent as the dead no matter who it was that talked to him. There wasn't even a hint of fear coming from him either. Whether it was Sir Night-Eye, Endeavor, or even All Might, the guy wouldn't budge at all. They'd never encountered someone with such willpower. At this point, Inko had gotten fed up with it and asked for 5 minutes to go into the room. Chief Tsuragami didn't think it was a good idea since this guy may have been involved with the fake doctor that stole her son from her. However, everyone else had failed to get anything out of him. He ended up agreeing to it so long as he was in the same room as her. Since even the symbol of peace couldn't make Newt talk, he doubted that Inko would be able to. It only took about 4 minutes before the guy ended up singing like a canary. Kenji couldn't remember the last time he had his jaw literally drop as Newt began confessing that he was the culprit they were looking for. He was indeed the one who had been kidnapping people all over Tokyo. He also said that it was because he was hired to do so by a mysterious benefactor. All he would do is take someone at random and bring them over to the dumpster at that abandoned hospital and he would be substantially paid. He didn't know what happened to the people afterward because the only reason he was offered this was he had a reputation for discretion. Luckily, they didn't need much more than that to obtain a warrant to raid the hospital building. The task force reassembled and coordinated a plan of attack. Teams were set and tactical equipment was given out to the officers. Such a large operation was never done before in Japan and failure was not an option. Chief Tsuragami wanted to bring whatever villains they'd be dealing with to justice and save any civilians that they could. And so, the raid began. Inko ran through the corridors of the hospital with Endeavor and Sir Night-Eye in front of her. She had her pistol out and ready if anything were to happen. They had encountered some villains so far but none of them proved to be a match for either of the two heroes. All she could do was make sure their hands and feet were zip-tied before they continued on. Luckily, she had plenty of those to work with and none of the villains so far had a super strength or breathing type quirks to break out of them. Just as they turned around a corner, though, she had to immediately dodge a swipe from a sharp-looking object coming from above. Inko was just barely able to tilt her head to the side but the attack still hit the visor on her riot helmet, almost cutting right through the thick glass. Luckily, the assailant wasn't able to keep going as Endeavor had shot out a burst of flames towards them. "Hey, hey!" A gruff, male voice exclaimed as the figure jumped back from their group. "I don't have any cigarettes on me, so don't try to light me up." He gave out a chuckle and held out the weapon he tried to decapitate Inko with at his side. It was here that Inko suddenly saw the glass begin to melt at a rapid pace, a noxious fume coming from the cut that was made. She immediately got it off and threw it to the side, her eyes widening when the helmet hit the floor. As soon as it made contact, the entire thing rapidly turned into a thick puddle of the same dark blue color the helmet was. Had she kept it on for a second longer, then her entire head would have been melted right off. I was hoping I could at least get the cop broad. Maybe next time." The villain grinned at them. The man was tall and well-built, almost matching Endeavor in both of those categories. He had short purple hair that looked to be made of a viscous liquid as the ends of the bangs dripped onto the floor. He only had on baggy pants that had skulls on the knees and combat boots. The weapon he carried was a surprise as it was a rather large and heavy-looking chainsaw. He held it with ease from its green handle as the word, "Doke," was written on the purple blade. "Toxic chainsaw," Sir Night-Eye claimed as he adjusted his glasses. "Quite a surprise to see a mass murderer like yourself here instead of hiding away." Especially after you took the lives of an entire middle school class while they were on a field trip. His eyes glared at the man through his spectacles, his tone showing how disgusted he was about that. The identified villain cackled, his chainsaw roaring to life as if to match the excitement he was feeling right now. That was such a great day. I can't remember the last time my chainsaw felt so alive. The trip down memory lane ended when he pointed the loud weapon right at the three. Particularly, he was pointing it at Inko. And that lady there is my next target. I want to see what colors her face turn into when it's melted off of her shoulders. Inko aimed her pistol right at Toxic Chainsaw. Her finger was straightened right by the trigger so that she could fire at a moment's notice. I bet I'd still look better than the clown face you're wearing. Ah, I'ma grind your limbs off before I melt you for that. The villain yelled back angrily, flailing his chainsaw wildly in front of him. Endeavor scoffed at just how confident this villain was despite the fact he was outnumbered. I've had enough of you. He aimed two open palms at the purple-haired maniac. Surrender now and I won't scorch you. Toxic Chainsaw didn't lose his composure at the threat. You'll have to catch me first, Fire Spit. When the flame hero let loose a torrent of fire his way, he showed them all that he was a lot more agile and quick than he looked by jumping up towards the ceiling. He pushed off from there and dove down directly at Inko, intent on killing her properly this time. Die! He slashed at her with the roaring chainsaw, aiming for her neck. Inko bent herself backwards so that the blade went right over her face. Once she was clear, she used an arm to backflip away from him and aimed her gun at his chest. Night Eye and Endeavor were at the sides of him, so she had a clear shot without the possibility of friendly fire. With 3 pulls of the trigger, the bullets went flying out from the barrel at high speed. All of their eyes widened when he dodged all of them with ease, his upper body moving so fast that the bullets never even touched him. They all zoomed past and Toxic let out another cackle as he loomed over Inko, raising his chainsaw up once again for another attack. Though he did have to dodge a couple of hyperdensity seals thrown by Sir Night Eye, but he also made that look like child's play. You guys are way too slow. At least put in some effort in trying to hit me. He swiped at Inko once again, but she was able to jump back in just enough time to make it so that only her Kevlar vest was sliced right in half. Toxic watched in amusement as she had to throw away another piece of protective equipment as it began to melt immediately. You won't be able to get away, broad. Once I set my eyes on a target, I won't rest until I make them a puddle on the ground. Going to be hard to do that with those bullets in your spine, Inko replied before she used her free hand to make a grabbing motion towards Toxic Chainsaw. It then looked like she was pulling something of immense weight, but nobody saw the villain move an inch. The previously grinning man looked down at her with a confused frown. Endeavor and Sir Night Eye didn't even look like they were going to attack now. They weren't exactly relaxed, but it was like they were confident in what the woman was trying to do. What do you talk dash? He wasn't able to finish his question because he felt 3 distinctly sharp pains in his back. Motherfuck dash. Sir Night Eye and Endeavor used this chance to take advantage of the distracted villain. The spectacled hero used the chance to deliver a sweeping kick to knock his legs out from underneath him. Toxic's eyes widened when he felt himself falling back now, but his punishment was ending there. Endeavor held his flame-covered hands up and closed together, glaring down at him. With a roar, the hero slammed his fists down onto the villain's stomach, just as his back touched the floor. A small crater was created from the powerful impact his large body made after being slammed down like that. Inko let out a small sigh of relief, shaking her head to try and lessen the strain of using her quirk like that. The bullets were definitely small enough for her to use it on them, but trying to bring back something going at a velocity like that used a lot of energy. Not going to try doing that again anytime soon. Endeavor swiftly kicked the chainsaw away before firing a heavy stream of fire to melt it beyond the point of recognition. He talked far too much and only went after one of us. He might have been a bigger threat otherwise. Let us be thankful that his intelligence didn't match his speed, Sir Night Eye added as he went to help Inko restrain the villain's arms and legs. They made sure to not touch his hair though, because they had a feeling that whatever substance it was made of was the reason the cuts from the chainsaw melted Inko's helmet and vest. It's astonishing he was able to avoid being caught for this long. He's not at all like I expected. Inko shrugged before getting a spare clip out and reloading her pistol so that she was working at full ammo. He was probably getting outside help. After she was done, she held her firearm down and nodded her head towards the hallway they were originally going down before the fight happened. We've got a lot more ground to cover. We should continue on. The heroes agreed and they did just that. Nothing of note was seen as they hurried through the sizable hospital interior. All they saw was unused equipment lying around and tons of empty beds on the floor they were on. Eventually, they came upon an elevator that actually looked like it was properly maintained. Considering the condition of the rest of the place, they ended up making a decision to use it. They would just have to be extremely careful. Izuku was breathing hard by now as he stood atop the unconscious body of the Nomu. It took him a while to beat it, but that was only because of its regeneration quirk. Normally, such a power would cost a person immense amounts of energy to be able to regrow bones or ligaments so quickly. There was always a limit to what could be healed as well, but that clearly didn't matter to one of the doctor's creations. Since their brains had been reconfigured for function rather than consciousness, the Noma didn't understand its limits. Eventually, it was unable to heal the deadly injuries that he would cause. So, he fired off supercharged lightning bolts at its limbs and disintegrated them. All that was left of the beast was its waist, upper body, shoulders and head. Izuku had his foot on Nomu's head and it screeched at him pitifully. It was almost as if it was asking him to finally end it. His amber and ice blue eyes stared softly at it and nodded. Then, he hardened his gaze just as he let conduit surge through his body. He raised his leg high up and stomped down onto the head, crushing it instantly. At the same time, the door that had him locked inside the training room was blasted open. Izuku looked towards it and prepared himself for another fight as dust from the destruction filled up the room. He could make out 3 figures through it, but that was it. There were many questions running through his mind. Were they here at the behest of All for One? Was he supposed to kill them as well? Just how many would he have to until All for One was satisfied for the day? On the other end, it was a similar sight for Endeavor, Sir Night-Eye and Inko. The only thing they could see was a silhouette that looked to be staring right back at them. Though, the only officer of the trio was able to see that the figure was standing on something as well. She didn't like the guess that came to mind as to what that was either. She tightened her grip on her pistol as she prepared for another fight. The heroes readied themselves as well. When the dust settled, their postures loosened when all they saw was a boy. He had a mop of messy green hair and appeared to be about 9 or 10 years old. A pair of differently colored eyes stared back at them, a burning amber and piercing ice blue. His hands and forearms looked to be constantly covered in ice. He had a torn-up black jumpsuit on, the upper portion shredded and barely hanging on. They were able to see multiple scars on what was showing of his torso, running over his chest and abdomen. Izuku! Inko whispered the question so softly that it was barely heard. What had those monsters done to her baby boy? Just the way he was staring back at her and the heroes was so unlike how he used to be. Now, his gaze was just as cold as the bluish ice on his arms. He didn't respond to the woman he thought he recognized. For a moment, he thought it was his mother, but that notion went out of the door when he remembered the things that All for One would put him through. It was highly likely that she was just another Nomu that he was supposed to train against and eventually kill. The other 2 he knew were the pro-heroes Endeavor and Sir Night-Eye. His captor had been sure to give him information on most of the currently registered heroes. Izuku thought it was strange because he didn't remember the doctor working on creating clones of anyone. Though, it wasn't like he was privy to everything that was going on around here either. It was certainly possible that they were clones, but Izuku didn't think the doctor would actually do something as cliché as that. Well, whatever, he was probably expected to fight these people and kill them before he was done for the day. The 9-year-old stepped down from the remaining torso of the Nomu he had just killed and their attention turned to it. It didn't take them long to see the black-colored blood on his left foot before they put 2 and 2 together. Shock showed in their eyes when they realized he had just murdered a person. Not that they knew it was a scientific monster designed for him to train against and kill. Izuku felt that he was tired, but he was trained to work through it. All for One didn't care about the state he was left in after a rough day. He was only interested in seeing if he survived another sick trial the villain cooked up. He held his arms out at his sides and focused his ice make to create a pair of swords in each of his hands. "I don't know what you're here for," he said to them, seeing the heroes get into combat stances while the woman was still staring at him in shock. "But if he told you to come, then I suppose I'll have to kill you if I want my day to be over." Inko recognized his voice no matter what, and tears threatened to drip from her eyes. "Izu, please. It's me, your mother. We're here to take you home." Just as Izuku was about to step towards them and start to fight, he froze at what the woman called him. His eyes widened when he really, truly looked at her this time. He saw that she had the same shaded green hair as his own, cut shorter than the last time he saw it, but the style was mostly there still. Her eyes were the bright green that he used to have before his quirk changed their colors. And the shortened version of his name that only one person would call him. His mother. The ice swords he had just created instantly evaporated, and he took a slow step towards her. "Is that really you?" His voice trembled as he spoke, unable to believe who it was in front of him. Inko smiled happily before holstering her pistol and ran at him, arms outstretched so that her baby could be back in her arms after 5 years. She also began to walk closer towards her son as the tears were now streaming down her cheeks. "Izu!" She cried out to him, almost a foot away now. However, before she could hug her son for the first time in so long, a dark purple and misty portal opened up right behind Izuku. Kurogyari appeared through it and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Apologies, but I cannot allow you two to be reunited. My master has further plans for him." Endeavor and Sir Night-Eye started to run towards the villain that suddenly appeared. Izuku reached a hand out to his mom as he knew that Kurogyari was going to take him away again. Inko did the same, and their fingertips were just barely able to brush against each other. "Mom." This was when Kurogyari pulled Izuku back with him towards him. Their bodies swiftly disappeared within the misty portal, and it closed just as instantly as when it opened. Inko stared at the spot her son had previously been standing in, disbelief and horror on her face. She collapsed onto her knees as her tears of happiness now fell off of her face in sadness. "Deed a minute." She slammed a fist onto the cold, hard floor of the training room. "Dimin fiat." Her anguished voice yelled out and echoed along the metal walls. Endeavor and Sir Night-Eye could only give the mother their silent sympathies. Izuku didn't move even after he felt the odd sensation of having his body being teleported away in an instant. His hand was still reaching out at the front of him, where he'd previously seen his mother desperately trying to save him. He was still in shock that the hope that welled up within him at the sight of her and possibly being taken home was immediately crushed in only a few seconds. If only he was quicker to realize who he was talking to. Or maybe if he had been more aware and realized that Kurogyari would be around. One of the things he wanted most in the world was to see her again. Along with that came the desire to be saved and get out of all for one's clutches. At least he was able to see her, but he couldn't believe that he had planned to kill her for a moment there. Had he really changed so much without realizing it? Was his training working a lot better than he thought it did and actually turning him into a villain? How much longer would it take before he became one? All of these questions and more riddled his young mind, causing the boy to grit his teeth in frustration. Tears streamed down his freckled cheeks as he lowered his hand down to his side and he fell onto his knees. She was right there. Izuku's whole body shook as he struggled to rein in his emotions. The electricity from conduit randomly crackled over his body, golden arcs dancing across his back and arms. "Right there." He roared in anger as he raised both of his fists up into the air before slamming them down onto the ground beneath him. 2 small craters formed underneath them upon impact. "I just want to go home." The tension in his body disappeared and he just sat there, defeated. Kurogyari watched the boy for a few moments, his glowing yellow eyes seemingly showing regret for a moment before they went back to their usual sharp gaze. He turned his body to call out to the person he knew would be waiting for their arrival. He gave a deep, dutiful bow before speaking. "I've brought him to you as requested, Master." Izuku froze when he heard this, immediately standing up and turning around. His tears dried as he saw All for One's back facing him, the boy feeling defeated as he thought he wouldn't ever be able to escape the man's shadow. But that was the whole point of him being kidnapped, wasn't it? To be a weapon against the villain's enemies or anyone else that dared to hinder his plans for the world. A small sigh escaped Izuku before he then began looking around. Just because he felt defeated and tired at the moment, didn't mean that he could let his guard down so easily around All for One. His heterochromatic eyes saw that they were all standing in an open-air courtyard. It was an area that Izuku never really got to see since whatever freedoms he did have were severely limited. There weren't really any defining features that he could see. It was big enough for patients to have a nice walk on the now deteriorated cobblestone path. The grass around those paths looked like it had died long ago or had large patches that were just missing. Nearby, there was a decent-looking fountain that was surprisingly still working, water gently pouring out at the top that fell into the basin below. Just as he began to wonder why he was taken here, Izuku looked past All for One and his eyes widened in shock. Standing a few yards away from them was All Might, an equally surprised expression on the hero's face. He had his fists up with his feet spread wide and his body turned slightly to the side. Though, his stance loosened just slightly when he saw Kurogyari appear with a child next to him. He knew immediately that it was Izuku as his face looked mostly unchanged from the time that he was 4. It was regretful that the first time he'd meet the boy would be in the clutches of the murderous villain he'd been fighting for decades. "I'm truly thankful, Kurogyari," All for One said as he held his arms out widely. "Now that young Izuku is here, we can end this farce of a rescue attempt." He then moved his hands to the small of his back and held them there. "Have you come all this way to save just one child, All Might? He's been waiting for that to happen for 5 years now. I can't take away the time it took to get here. Nor can I undo the horrid actions you've done to him," the symbol of peace replied, his blue eyes staring apologetically at Izuku. They then returned to staring hardly at his enemy, bringing his fists up and tensing his muscles. "But what I can do is get the boy away from you and return him to his mother. All I have to do is finally end your reign of terror." All for One laughed rather loudly at this proclamation. "Quite the lofty goal you've set for yourself, All Might." After he stopped, he kept the wide grin on his face. His voice, though, became much more serious and threatening. "However, should you be thinking that it'll be so easy? Perhaps I need to see a demonstration of your strength." The villain turned his body slightly to the side and took a step back towards Izuku. He then raised his right hand and grasped the boy's head within his palm. "And what better way than to show you a demonstration of my own?" he inquired rhetorically, keeping his grip firm as Izuku tried to take his hand off of him. Young Izuku has become quite proficient in using the quirk I gave him. He's surprised me again and again every time I test him. Now, I wish to see how he favors against the very man I've been training him to kill." After this, the hand on Izuku's head glowed a sinister red and the boy immediately began to scream out in pain. The glow soon spread out over Izuku's entire body and he kept yelling as it did. All for One did this for a few more moments before he suddenly took his hand away. The villain seemed satisfied with what he had just done and returned to facing All Might with his hands behind his back. Izuku didn't know exactly what his captor had done, but he knew that he didn't feel as tired anymore. Actually, it felt like he had gotten a second wind. He clenched his fingers and flexed the muscles in his arms, noticing that doing so didn't cause any strain. He could also feel that his quirk was revitalized, ready to be used once again. If he hadn't killed that Nomu earlier, he wouldn't mind going a few more rounds against it. However, there was also this rage that accompanied the newfound energy that Izuku was given. It was like any previous thought he had made him feel anger instead of desperation or sadness. He knew that he needed to stay calm, but whatever quirk that All for One had used on him was much more powerful. It wasn't long before he allowed conduit to surge throughout his body, increasing his physical capabilities as he prepared himself for combat. "Young Izuku," All for One said without looking away from All Might, knowing that the boy's gaze snapped towards him as soon as he spoke. "All Might is the reason why you can't go home. If he weren't alive, then I never would have had the need to take you. So, kill him for me. Do that and I'll let you go back to your mother without any resistance whatsoever." All Might was horrified that his enemy was forcing such a young boy against him. What was worse was that Izuku seemed to be going along with what All for One was saying. Instead of him looking into the previously different colored orbs that were filled with desperation, the hero was being glared at hatefully by a pair of glowing red eyes. All Might. Izuku growled as golden arcs of electricity danced around him. His icy arms also began to give off a wispy mist as the green-haired boy started walking towards the hero. Don't let him control you like that, young Midoriya. All Might never let his guard down because he had a feeling he wouldn't be able to get through. However, it wouldn't be very heroic of him if he didn't at least try. Fight whatever it is that he's done to you. With little effort, a pair of incredibly sharp swords that were made of ice appeared in Izuku's hands. He gripped them tightly before he lowered his level and began to run now. The only thing I'll be fighting is you. He made a jump and was soon right in front of the blonde hero, slashing precisely and quickly. All Might was able to dodge the attacks as they came, not having too much of an issue doing so. The problem he was facing was how he was going to incapacitate the boy without harming him and stay out of reach of those ice swords. Something told him that he didn't want to get touched by them whatsoever. When Izuku saw that his flurry of slashes wasn't getting any contact with his target, he decided to go with a different plan. If an enemy was too fast, then all you had to do was slow them down. So, he threw the sword in his left hand down at All Might's feet. The man wasn't able to react in time, so the weapon exploded onto the ground. In an instant, part of the hero's legs were encased with ice. What a devastating quirk! Anything his weapons touch freeze on contact. All Might thought as he grit his teeth, barely dodging slash at his neck with the remaining sword that Izuku had. He knew that he couldn't stay trapped like this, so he focused one for all into his legs. When Izuku attempted to behead him, he ducked underneath the attack and jumped back as hard as he could. The power he put into the action was more than enough to break him out from the ice and create some distance from the opponent he was reluctant to fight. Now, All Might was quite a few yards away and he had the chance to think. At least, he would have if All for One hadn't decided to call out to him. Such a fun quirk, isn't it, All Might? He asked. Berserk is something I rarely ever get to test on someone, but I think it's quite fascinating. It restores a person's stamina to well above the levels they had originally but at the cost of their rationality. The only way you'll be able to get young Izuku to come to his senses is to beat him unconscious. Do you think you can bring yourself to do so, oh mighty hero? Don't you dare take your eyes off me, All Might. Izuku growled out angrily as he dashed towards the man, his eyes still glowing bright red and electricity arcing furiously around him. Sorry, young Midoriya. All Might apologized as he reared a fist back and focused his power into that arm. I promise that this won't hurt you. When he saw that Izuku was closing the distance rather quickly, he decided to fire off his attack now. He made a punch into the air toward Izuku and a powerful wind pressure surged forth. Texas Smash. Instantly, Izuku was sent flying back as he wasn't able to dodge or counter this type of attack. And given the angle of where he was at when he was blown away, Izuku went right towards the fountain. His body was swiftly submerged in the water built up at the very bottom. This was the worst place possible for him to be as Conduit reacted very poorly. The electricity that had been previously dancing around Izuku was now running all over the surface of the fountain water. This also left the boy to become electrocuted, screaming out in pain as his body writhed uncontrollably. All Might realized what he had done and his guard dropped for just a moment. Now, Kurogyri, All for One ordered. Instantly, a small portal opened up beside him. After cycling through his mental catalog of quirks, he focused the one he chose into his right arm. The limb bulged out obscenely, tearing the sleeve of his suit jacket apart. The muscle, bones and sinew began to change inside of it, rapidly forming his arm into what looked like a giant drill made of flesh. When the transformation was complete, he moved that arm into the portal. Kurogyri made the exit portal appear right behind All Might so that it was at the very center of his back. Luckily, the hero was able to notice what was going on soon enough, but he would still be unable to avoid being injured. His blue eyes watched as he was able to turn his upper body just enough so that the drill pierced right into his side before it then began to rotate. He felt his insides being torn apart and destroyed as blood seeped from his mouth. "Erg!" he cried out as this all happened. All for One grinned in a wide, maniacal fashion when he saw this. Now, he would be able to finish the hero off without too much trouble. An injury like that would slow even a man like All Might down enough to where he would be unable to defend himself. Just to make sure, though, he wanted to see how badly he could wound the hero. So, he pushed his drilling arm forward to widen the hole he'd put into All Might. "Kurogiri, get the boy out," he said, sparing a glance at the fountain. It's far too soon for him to expire. He didn't need to see the mist-made man give a small nod and headed towards it. Izuku felt his mind clear up even as he was being electrocuted because of how one half of his quirk worked. Though, it seemed it was because of that the effects of Berserk instantly went away and he was able to think rationally once again. With extreme difficulty, he was able to reach an arm out so that he could grab the outside of the fountain and pull himself up until only most of his lower body was still in the water. This was when his eyes widened at the sight before him. All Might was grievously injured and was screaming out in pain. He hadn't made any move to get away just yet, but it was possible that he simply couldn't move from the shock of having his internal organs disintegrated. All that blood he was losing certainly wasn't helping either. If only there was something he could do. A few seconds had passed since he'd climbed out and he could feel conduit become usable again. And it seemed that he had more than enough output to use for something powerful if he so chose. This was when Izuku had an idea pop into his head. All for One was never one to let his guard down, but he was clearly concentrating more on trying to put All Might down for good. Now would be the perfect opportunity to attack. He grit his teeth as he funneled conduit through him, wincing as he felt some pain in doing so since he wasn't completely out of the fountain's water. However, he'd dealt with far more during the intense shock treatments that All for One gave him all of these years. Izuku raised an open palm towards the evil, grinning man and then charged his power through to his arm to that palm. A steadily growing and gold-colored orb appeared in his hand the longer he fed conduit into it. Kurogiri paused as he thought that Izuku was going to attempt to attack him. But then he noticed the angle of Izuku's arm. "He's not aiming at me." His thin eyes suddenly widened before he started running towards the fountain. "I can't let him fire off that attack. Even the master wouldn't be able to withstand the amount of power Midoriya-san is building up." Unfortunately for him, he was unable to get to Izuku soon enough. "Ionic Bolt." Izuku yelled out the name of his move, and as soon as he did, a powerful bolt of lightning shot out from the orb. A booming crackle echoed out into the courtyard as the lightning traveled through the air so quickly that no one had time to react to it. So, just like Izuku had hoped, he was able to hit his target dead on. That being All for One's previously grinning face. The villain barely had time to see the attack coming before searing pain encompassed most of his face. "Ag!" he screamed out, pulling his drill arm back from the portal and swiftly returning it to normal. He then clutched his face with both of his hands as if it would help make the anguish go away. "What have you done?" All Might fell down to a knee as he coughed out more blood. He placed a hand over the hole that was in the side of his torso, doing his best to halt any more blood from flowing out, but he knew that it was a meaningless gesture. That boy just got a major hit on All for One. I've never seen that man scream out in pain before. Smoke wafted off from All for One's face as he returned his hands to his sides, fingers clenched and twitching to show he was still in immense agony. "Kurogiri, get that brat out of here. I'll deal with him after I'm done killing All Might." "No you don't." All Might breathed out as he forced himself to stand up, following his old high school's credo and ignoring his pain to help someone in need. He was able to focus one for all to his legs and made a dash towards the misty subordinate. "Apologies, hero," Kurogiri said as he opened up two portals beneath both him and the almost unconscious Izuku. "With that injury, you're not faster than my warp." They were then swallowed up into the purple mist that he created, completely disappearing and being transported to who knows where. All Might growled in frustration at being unable to rescue Izuku in time. "Damn it." He cursed out loud, punching the side of the fountain that Izuku had just been lying on. "Come now, All Might." All for One sounded far more composed, but his voice definitely conveyed just how badly he was injured. Now that we don't have any distractions, let's finish this feud between us once and for all. The blonde hero turned around to face his enemy, glaring at the man hatefully. For once, you took the words right out of my mouth. Then he made a dash towards All For One and reared a fist back. The same arm that All For One had used to transform into a drill changed once. Though, this time it wasn't quite so drastic. The entire limb bulked out in both mass and muscle, almost becoming the size of a grown adult. He reared it back and made a punch at All Might just as the hero did the same. As soon as their respective fists clashed, the entire hospital shook violently. Kurogyari and Izuku appeared through the portals to the destination he knew his master would want him to go to. "Ah, good," an older, matter-of-fact voice said from deeper in the room they were all in. "You've arrived. I was wondering when the two of you would show up." Hearing the voice made Izuku's eyes widen. He hesitantly stood back up to his feet and turned around to see where he had been taken. A shiver of disgust and horror ran through him at what he saw. Kurogyari had transported them to a rather spacious laboratory, expensive equipment laid out all over. Most of that space was filled with giant tubes filled with some sort of green liquid, humans of various ages floating within them. They were all unconscious as they floated inside the tubes, a breathing apparatus over their mouths to keep them from drowning. What made looking at them worse was the fact that various parts of their body looked completely out of place on them. Skin on their limbs would be blackened or outright replaced with grotesque weapons that were possibly made from their own flesh. What made it even worse was that there were some that had huge portions of their torsos just missing. Their insides also seemed to be growing unnatural-looking organs, either shaped or sized way differently than they should. It was astonishing that all of them were somehow still alive too. On the opposite side of the room from where Izuku stood was a bald, plump man wearing a white doctor's coat. A large and bushy mustache rested on his face as he stared back at the boy behind the green lenses of his golden-framed glasses. "Tell me, what do you think of the Nomu you fought earlier?" he asked as he began to walk closer. "My eagerness got the better of me, so I wasn't able to give it all of the quirks I wished to test against you." Izuku didn't reply, staring at the approaching man nervously. He shifted the way he was standing slightly to something more prepared to attack if necessary. This was the person responsible for creating all of the monsters he'd fought and killed over the years. Someone so vile that he did not care how many lives he ruined by tearing families apart and experimenting on innocent people. He'd never actually met the doctor before, so he was extremely worried as to why he was taken here to begin with. "Silently?" The doctor humphed and he noticed Izuku's stance. "And still quite defiant as well. I'm sure All For One will be quite angry after that lightning bolt you gave him. I can only hope he doesn't kill you. It would be such a waste of resources." "He got what was coming to him," Izuku said back, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It's what happens when you kidnap someone against their will and then treat them like they're not even a person." This caused the mustached man to nod before placing his hands behind his back. "You certainly are turning out to be quite the surprising specimen," he commented. "When I was told about you and your quirks, I thought you would become just another mindless corpse for me to use as a Nomu. None of us expected your body to acclimate so well." He glanced down at Izuku's perpetually ice-covered hands and forearms. Though, the results weren't quite perfect still. Izuku was wondering why the doctor was saying all of this. It wasn't like he was going to converse with a monster that took joy in creating more monsters. In fact, now that he had become more aware of his surroundings, he knew that it was only Kurogyari and the doctor here with him. If he was smart about it, he was sure he could incapacitate the former and then get away from the latter. He didn't know just how far away he was from the abandoned hospital, but all he cared about was escaping. Just as the dual-quirked boy prepared to move, the doctor stopped him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." His face stayed impassive, but his voice sounded just as threatening as his words. The boy wouldn't be able to see a small remote slide out from the sleeve of his coat and into his hand. "I'm not as defenseless as I appear." After focusing his ice make, he created a katana and pointed it right at the doctor's neck. Izuku saw Kurogyari tense up, but didn't move to use his quirk just yet. "I'm willing to test that," His grip tightened on the hilt and he had conduit flow through his body once again. He may have been tired after having fought against that Nomo for so long, but he knew that he had yet to reach his limit. A sigh escaped the doctor before he shook his head. "Allow me to give you a failing grade then." He pushed a random button on the remote and a humming noise emanated from underneath the boy's feet. Izuku heard this and glanced down at where he was standing. His eyes widened when he saw that he was on a small circular platform that was steadily glowing brighter. He chose to try and get away, but that was when a slot opened up at the circumference of the circle and glass shot out. He was instantly trapped inside the same glass tube as the other captive people in the lab. From that slot, that green liquid began to pour in from the bottom. This caused him to panic, as conduit would cause him to become electrocuted if he were to be submerged too far. Izuku stopped focusing his ice make and the katana disappeared. He got up to the glass and tried various punches to try and break himself out. However, the glass seemed impervious no matter what, not even becoming scratched by his efforts. He switched over to charging at it with his shoulders, but that yielded the same results. "It's no use, you know," the doctor stated when the liquid got up to Izuku's knees. "You're just wasting energy." He saw that the boy was becoming more panicked the higher the liquid rose. "You shouldn't worry about your quirk in that tube. I specially made the liquid to be a lot less conductive to prevent you from dying. The most you should feel is a slight tingle. Well, you would if you were conscious." He pressed another button on the remote and a breathing apparatus shot out from the pad. It instantly attached itself to Izuku's face and the boy's thrashing slowed quite quickly. The anesthetic that he was now breathing in ran through his system and his consciousness slowly waned. By the time Izuku was fully submerged, his eyes were very nearly closed. He made one last attempt to try and escape, reaching out towards the glass with his right hand. However, there wasn't any strength left in him to use, so it was a pointless endeavor. His eyes shut and he floated silently within the tube. "Kurogiri, be a good assistant and prepare an operating room, would you?" The doctor ordered more than requested, as his eyes never left the boy that interested all for one so much. "I'm going to be needing to perform surgery in about an hour." The mist-made man gave a small bow, as he knew who he meant when he said that. Then he turned around and left the room. "It's a pity of what's to become of you, boy," the doctor said. "Though, I do hope you give me some valuable data." A few hours after the raid, Inko sighed as she stared up at the ceiling of her hospital room. Her mind was constantly going over what happened to her and her team during the raid. After she was finally able to find her son and then have him then get taken away just as quickly, a monstrous behemoth crashed into the room from behind them. She was pushed out of the way by Sir Night-Eye and was barely able to dodge himself. Endeavor was unlucky, as he was tackled into the steel wall at the opposite end they were standing at. After that, they had one hell of a time putting it down, as the creature had insane pain resistance and durability. It was also incredibly fast, so it was tough just to even land a punch on the creature. They were able to eventually slow it down when she was able to use her quirk to stop its movement long enough for Endeavor to capitalize. He used a flame attack that was so hot the fire turned blue and burned their opponent to a crisp. Normally, they wouldn't go for a kill so quickly, but they'd all agreed that it was necessary. When all was said and done, she remembered being helped out of the base by Sir Night-Eye because she was too weak to move. Using her quirk to bring back those bullets that put Toxic Chainsaw out of commission and to immobilize something that was so much stronger left her completely exhausted. As they got back up to the elevator, they felt the entire building rumble dangerously. Over their comms, they heard that All Might was fighting a powerful villain. All teams were ordered to retreat, as it looked like collateral damage was going to be quite high with the way things were going. Thankfully, they were able to exit the abandoned hospital without any more encounters with the enemy. They were unable to bring any of the bodyguards or villains that they took down with them, unfortunately. However, it was a good thing that they didn't delay. They happened to be the last ones out, and a minute or two after they left, the entire hospital building exploded. The shockwave they felt would have blown them off their feet if they were any closer. Huge chunks of it just broke apart and fell to the ground. Every officer around her just watched this happen for the next 15 minutes from there. Eventually, the hospital was barely recognizable and the destruction stopped. Chief Tsuragami waited for a little bit before he sent in search and medical teams to look for any survivors. The search itself took a few hours and they were able to find some people who were somehow able to make it through all of that. All Might was found as well, but it seemed like he was knocking on death's door. He was immediately rushed to the closest medical facility. It wasn't long after that where she and Endeavor were taken away as well to get treated. She was worried for the blonde hero she'd gotten to know and work with for the past 5 years. Sadly, she knew she wouldn't be able to find out anything at the moment. Inko hadn't had to go to the emergency room many times in her life. Though, any time she did, she always hated being confined to a bed until she was cleared to go. All she had was exhaustion from overuse of her quirk, and that was about it. Despite that, she was expected to be in her room for the next couple of days so that the doctors could make sure nothing else popped up. Well, at least she had company to talk with during her stay. Too bad that company was Endeavor. "Would you cease your sighing already?" the hero asked gruffly as he crossed his arms over his chest, sitting up against the back of his bed across from her. Time isn't going to go faster on the whim of a bored woman. He didn't have his flames turned on at the moment, so this was the first time Inko would look at the man underneath the fire. "Out of all the people I had to be put with, it had to be you." Inko pinched the bridge of her nose to attempt to prevent the headache she knew she would get. "I wonder if the doctors would be willing to put me into a coma until I'm free to go." Endeavor humphed and turned to look out of the window he was placed nearby. "At least then I would have some peace and quiet." He then let out his own sigh afterward. "Though, I can understand the annoyances of being in a hospital. I'd much rather be at home training my son." Inko leaned up and stared at the man in shock. "You have kids?" she asked, flabbergasted. "What's wrong with that?" Endeavor narrowed his eyes at the greenette. "I just didn't think a walking stovetop knew how to reproduce." Endeavor raised a fist at her in anger. "I'll have you know I'm human and know exactly how babies are made." "I don't believe you," Inko replied with a dull expression. "Arg." The hero threw his arms up into the air in exasperation. Inko smirked in amusement at how easy it was to frustrate the flame hero. Perhaps her stay here wouldn't be as boring as she thought. After a moment or two, her curiosity eventually got the better of her. "How old is he? Your son, I mean." The man momentarily glanced at her as he had gone back to looking out of the window. "About the same age as your boy," he answered. The hero then decided to ask a question of his own. "Why?" "No real reason, I guess." Inko shrugged before she looked down at her hands as they rested upon her lap. "I just wondered if they would have been friends if they had the chance to meet." "Shoto has no need for friends," Endeavor scoffed at this. "It would only be a distraction for him and his training to surpass All Might. His feelings aren't a concern to me as long as he accomplishes that goal." Inko stared back at the hero and narrowed her eyes at him. She didn't like the way he talked about his own son. "Is that all he is to you? A means to an end?" The venom she poured out into her question made even a hulking man like Endeavor flinch. "You better rethink the way you treat him before he ends up becoming a villain instead of a hero." Her gaze lowered back down to her lap. "Or slowly be turned into a weapon like my Izuku." Endeavor heard her words and it actually made him think on how he's treated his children over the years, tossing them aside if they didn't give him the results that he wanted when they finally manifested their quirks. He then shook his head and started thinking of what he wanted Shoto to train next in when he was cleared to leave. All that matters is that he brings All Might down from that pillar he likes to stand on, he thought to himself. However, the way he saw Inko's son stare at him in that secret training room made him pause. The way that kid, Izuku, was prepared to kill so easily made him momentarily replace the boy with Shoto. He felt dread when he could easily imagine his son having that same preparedness to kill. Right? A few weeks since the raid. All for one felt nothing but fury at the fact that he now had to wear a specially made mask in order to just breathe properly. He didn't even dare take it off because that would only cause him to become even angrier. The sight of nearly his entire head being covered in scar tissue would be the source of his ire. He was now completely blind and his hearing went from near perfect to horrible in the span of a millisecond. Everything was just muffled, but he was still at a major disadvantage because of it. He could make up for his blindness with an infrared quirk he had acquired many years ago but never had the chance to use. The hearing would be a bit more of a problem, but he was sure he could find a workaround. He would just have to get the doctor to find someone whose quirk would suit that purpose, and he would take it. That would at least solve a couple of issues. But not all of them. In the fight against All Might, the hero was able to deal a few devastating blows to him. So much so that the doctor told him that he would have to sit down to rest for a few hours every day for the rest of his life. And while he was resting, he would have to breathe in through an oxygen mask because his lungs were substantially damaged. All Might almost put a hole of his own through his torso if he had not reacted in time. If he believed in such a thing, it would truly be poetic justice at its finest. All for One was at least able to cripple All Might, that he was sure of. That hole he put into his upper body would have surely destroyed his stomach and at least some of his respiratory organs. Knowing that man, though, he would try to keep up that unsightly facade of being a symbol of peace for the people. All Might's days were numbered, whether his injuries caught up to him or All for One was able to finish the job himself. It was after this that young Izuku was brought to his mind. Perhaps it had been a bit impetuous of him to have the boy fight against All Might so soon. It was just the thought of having the hero fight one of the people he failed to protect was simply too good to pass up. He was surprised that Izuku was actually able to trap All Might for just a moment with Ice Make. With more training, All for One knew that his green-haired protege would eventually be able to permanently end All Might. The chances of that happening were higher now more than ever now that the man was that greatly injured. He would just have to do something about Izuku's attitude first. The boy still seemed to think that he could become a hero despite the fact he was already a murderer. He was sure that Izuku knew that the many Nomu he had killed were mindless monsters, but he was still taking someone's life. What good would it be to have a heroic heart if your soul was already tainted with such darkness? Perhaps he would need to ruminate on this more before coming to a decision on what he wanted to do about the boy. As it stood, he was more of a liability than a proper weapon. If only, wait, maybe there is a way he can salvage all of the time and energy he put into Izuku? All for One grinned when an idea formed in his mind. Yes, that would be an excellent answer to all of this. I just need time and money. Fortunately, I have both of those in spades. Please don't let him overdo himself, the nurse requested. His body is very weak from how many times we had to operate on him. We don't want to take the chances of his sutures tearing open if he decides to move around too much. Inko gave a firm nod after hearing this. I wouldn't let him even if he tried, she said back. He's smart enough to know not to do something that stupid. The greenette was then led into the hospital room that the symbol of peace currently resided in. As she stepped inside, her eyes saw the bandaged form of All Might lying back on his bed while staring up at the ceiling. He had a tank of oxygen near his bed and a breathing mask over his nose and mouth, the clear surface fogging up after every exhalation he made. There was a constant, steady beep that came from the monitor standing next to the oxygen tank, keeping the room from being dead silent. All Might heard the footsteps, and he gave a weak smile when he noticed Inko entering his room. Hey, he greeted with a small nod of his head. His hair was disheveled and no hint of its usual style could be seen as it splayed out on the pillow he rested on. I was wondering when you would be coming by. They only just allowed visitors yesterday, Inko told him. I meant to come then, but we've been swamped at the precinct after that raid. We were able to capture a good number of bodyguards as well as some villains before that base collapsed. Trying to interrogate them all has been exhausting. The blond man raised a brow upon hearing this. The chief isn't making you talk to all of them, is he? He asked jokingly. Inko shook her head and then let out a small sigh of relief. Thankfully not, she answered, pulling up a chair and setting it nearby before sitting comfortably. I've interrogated a few of the tougher ones, but that's all. They didn't seem to know too much, only useless things like the layout of the base. None of them met All for One, and they had no idea about people getting experimented on and being made into those creatures. A grim expression showed on the hero's face, his brows furrowing and lips curling down into a frown. That man would never tell someone as insignificant as a bodyguard anything important, he said before a thought came to mind. Were you able to get anything more from Newt? Perhaps he withheld something that could help us find Izuku? She pursed her lips at the inquiry, her hands balling into fists in what appeared to be frustration. He was found dead in his cell not long after the raid, Inko informed, and she saw his eyes widen in shock. Coroners said that it was a heart attack. None of us believe it was of natural causes, but we can't prove anything otherwise. All for One never did like having loose ends, All Might murmured before sighing, turning his head to look back up at the ceiling. I saw your son, Inko. He knew he got her attention without even having to see. All for One used a quirk on the boy and made him fight me. He's pretty strong for a kid. He then raised a hand over his face and stared at it for a few seconds. He then clenched it into a fist. I wish I could have saved him and brought him back to you. Inko shook her head, placing a hand gently on the fist he was holding up. She lowered it down before saying, Don't blame yourself like I know you are, Toshinori. My team wasn't able to get to him either. Izuku was so close, but then he was taken away by a villain made of some sort of purple fog. She then smiled sadly at the memory of seeing Izuku again. If only I had been faster. Toshinori Yagi couldn't even imagine what it was that Inko was going through when she told him this. She'd been training for years in order to save her son, and when he was within her reach, she wasn't able to do so. It must have been even harder at the way Izuku appeared since he was kidnapped. The hardened stare of his mismatched eyes or the perpetual ice that started from his forearms and went down. We'll get him back, Inko, Toshinori stated with as much determination as he could convey in his weakened state. Once I'm out of here, we can start searching for him again. I won't be at my best anymore, but I'm sure I can dash. I'm going to stop you there, Inko softly interrupted. She took this moment to breathe in and then out, trying to find the best way to do what she was about to. Once she was ready, she stared right into his eyes. I've known you for years now, and I know that you're not going to lie down and retire even when the doctors recommend it. I can't stop you doing that. I can't accept your help anymore in finding my son. His blue eyes widened and he was going to say something, but he suddenly went into a coughing fit. He waved Inko away as he wiped away some blood that happened to drip out of one of the corners of his mouth. What do you mean? Toshinori asked. I appreciate everything you've done to help, Toshi, she said to him gently. I really do. However, you're already going to be overworking yourself when you get back to your regular hero work. You're my friend, Toshinori, and I'm worried about what would happen if we ended up finding my son again. We weren't able to find All for One anywhere in the wreckage caused by your fight. It's possible that he's still alive. Toshinori grimaced, but he couldn't refute that idea. Their fight had been both brutal and destructive, but he had been the one left standing. He remembered just staring at his longtime enemy lying still on the ground in that courtyard. All for One didn't move, and it didn't even seem like he was breathing, but he wasn't able to check before he had to get out of the area. The hospital collapsing around him would have probably led to his death if he didn't. After ruminating, the blond man shook his head. I refuse to believe that man could live through that last attack I gave him, he said, though there was still a part of him that doubted his own words. Like he was only trying to fool himself into thinking that he was finally done battling that cruel, evil man and had avenged his master. Even Inko seemed doubtful about the tone in which he said that, but chose not to say anything about it. Then I think you should focus on the other people that need your help, she replied. Neo Mesa and I will still be looking for Izuku, but there are a lot of other people that need you. Ever since the kidnapping started happening, the morale of the citizens has been degrading. They need their symbol to let them know that everything's all right. Either that or you start looking for a successor. Toshinori looked down at his bandaged hand that she was still holding. As much as he wanted to save Izuku, he knew that he couldn't just ignore other people as well. This was always something a pro had to deal with, deciding whether to save the one or to save the many. He had to make this choice more than others because of his status as the symbol of peace. It was just, this one felt harder than those other times because of how close he was to it. Izuku was taken by the very man that killed his predecessor, the woman he practically saw as a mother. Toshinori wanted nothing more than to keep the boy away from All for One, but he failed. He allowed himself to become distracted during that one moment and he ended up with a hole in his side. His hero career had basically been put onto a timer and there was no way he'd be able to change that. And he should have known that more than one person would suggest that he try to find someone to pass one for all too. Sir Night Eye and Gran Torino had come by the same day. He was cleared for visitors and told him that he should start looking. They weren't wrong to do so because of the state he was in and how he would have to live for the rest of his life. However, he knew that there was still so much more that he could do for the world as a hero. "I'll support you no matter what you choose." Inko's words broke him out of his reverie. She gave him a soft smile before she continued. "Just be careful, okay? You mean a lot to everyone as a hero, but there's quite a few people that you mean a lot to as a person." Toshinori nodded and grinned as widely as he could. He used the thumb of the hand that she had in hers to gently brush over her fingers. She didn't seem to mind the rather NTMT gesture. "I'll do my best," he said to her, and they stayed in a comfortable silence for a few moments. Neither of them noticed a short old man standing just outside Toshinori's hospital room, dressed in a white and yellow costume with a black mask over his eyes. As much fun as it would be to interrupt them, I think they could use some time together, Gran Torino thought to himself. 5 minutes should be good enough. He chuckled lowly afterward. Izuku didn't know how long he was unconscious for, seeing that he was still kept in the giant tube filled with that strange liquid of the doctor's. The fogginess in his head slowly faded as the time went by, his memories of his encounter with All Might returning to him. He also remembered the lightning bolt he was able to fire off at All for One, feeling a little satisfied at finally being able to do something to get back at him. It was after this that he wondered what was planned next for him. Neither All for One or the doctor did things for no reason, so he wouldn't be left contained like this forever. Unfortunately, there wasn't much else he could do besides wait. The anesthetic that put him into a long, dreamless slumber seemed to have some paralytic properties as well, since his muscles constantly felt tired. Not that he would choose to use his dual quirk anyway. Ice Make would just freeze him solid within the tube if he made any sort of weapon whatsoever. And using conduit was a no-go even if the doctor said this liquid wasn't as conductive. If he used too much, then he would end up killing himself via electrocution. So he waited. Eventually, he heard a low hissing sound coming from behind him. Izuku was able to turn his head enough to partially look over his shoulder, seeing both the doctor and All for One walking into the room. The latter of which seemed to need help doing so. The now masked man using a cane to help him stay stabilized as he walked while slightly hunched over and limping. "Ah, you're awake, young Izuku." All for One's slightly muffled voice spoke through his rather intimidating mask. It was vaguely skull-shaped and had thin pipes at the top that ran down the back of his head and connected to a large, black collar fitted around his neck. There were many more pipes that connected to each other around the front and back of it. "That's good. We need to have a talk." A few moments passed as the villain slowly made his way closer to the tube Izuku was floating in. When he was right in front of the boy, the sound of his breathing could be heard through the mask and signified just how vital it was for him to keep it on in order to properly gain oxygen. "You've disappointed me greatly, my boy," All for One said. "You have so much potential to become someone great, young Izuku, and you waste it with this foolish desire to be a hero. Perhaps I was far too lax with your training. I seem to have failed to make you as twisted as I need you to be. Well, that won't be an issue any longer." Izuku could only raise a brow at the villain since he couldn't speak with the breathing mask over his face. "I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but I can't have you causing problems for me again." All for One used a hand to gesture to his covered face. "Though, I must say that you impressed me with that attack of yours. Sonic Bolt, was it? Quite devious of you to hide something that powerful even from me. Such devastating power and incredible speed. Why, I never saw it coming. But I digress." All for One took a moment to breathe deeply and gain enough oxygen to keep talking. "I've told you before that I was training you to be my weapon against All Might, but that is only partially true," he said to the boy. "What I've actually been looking for is a successor, someone I know would be able to realize my vision for this country. Someone who knows what must be done and has the fortitude to do it. I had hoped that it would be you, but it seems that I'll just have to start over. Usually, that would be quite an annoyance, but thanks to the data we've gathered from you, it won't take me nearly as long as it normally would to do this." The villain waved the doctor over with a hand and the mustached man strode up next to him. He held what looked like a tablet in his hands, with unreadable walls of text that reflected off of his glasses. He then made a few taps on the touchscreen of the tablet and, instantly, a syringe connected to a long, clear tube shot out from the bottom of Izuku's containment. The sharp needle swiftly pierced into the bend of his right arm and began extracting blood, a line of red slowly filling out the tube and being fed to parts unknown. Izuku winced in pain as soon as the needle went into his skin. "You are a near-perfect candidate to be my successor, young Izuku, but your insolent and rebellious attitude keeps you from being chosen." All for one broke the silence. "So, I've decided on a different course of action. There's all kinds of things one can do with such a large sample of DNA, after all. I wonder if you'll be able to figure out what it is I'll do with your blood." He shrugged. "I suppose it doesn't matter since you'll be kept in an isolation cell. And it'll stay that way unless I've been given a reason to change my mind." He then nodded towards the much shorter man next to him. "Doctor." Another couple of taps from the bald man and an anesthetic was pumped through Izuku's breathing mask, rendering him unconscious a few moments after. When he saw that he'd gotten enough of the boy's blood, he then retracted the syringe from Izuku's arm. "It'll take me a little time to analyze how his DNA has changed since you gave him his quirk, but I'm sure I'll have something relatively quickly." "Good." All for one nodded before he turned towards the exit and began slowly making his way out. "You know where I'll be." Nothing else was said as the metal doors slid open and he stepped out, leaving the doctor to be the only conscious one in the lab. "I was hoping for a guinea pig, not a leech," the doctor murmured quietly. His tablet had data scrolling upward on the touchscreen at a fast pace. Something then suddenly caught his eyes and he made the text stop. "Interesting. This might be an even more intriguing project than my Nomo. I must get started." He hurried over to his desk at the corner of the room and began typing algorithms onto his keyboard. Izuku opened his eyes and was met with an unfamiliar sight. Instead of being greeted by the dour appearance of the poorly painted ceiling of his isolation cell, he saw nothing but an expanse of pure white above him. This caused the now 14-year-old boy to sit up abruptly from his bed. His eyes widened and his mouth was agape in shock, seeing the room he used to have from before he was kidnapped. Everything seemed to be in order, from his All Might figurines set up perfectly on the shelf hanging on one of the walls to the many hero posters that were strewn about all over the room. Most of those were of All Might, but that only made sense because of how much he adored the symbol of peace. Nothing looked to have been touched despite it being almost 10 years since the last time he could remember being in the room. He looked over to the side and saw sunlight bleeding through the shades of his partially open window. It was so different from the damp, cold interior of his cell, proving warm and comforting to the teen. Izuku stared in awe for just a few moments, having been years since the last time he had even seen sunlight, much less felt it. A breeze blew softly inside the room and he felt the refreshing air brush across his face and arms. Once he noticed this, his eyes widened before he stared down. His shock only grew further when he saw that his arms were completely normal, his skin visible for the first time in ages. The layer of light blue ice that enveloped most of his arms was absent. Izuku couldn't help but start opening and closing his hands, feeling every single movement of his fingers as he did this. He saw the various muscles in his forearms flex as they should, telling him that he wasn't imagining this. Izuku quickly got up from his bed and saw that his bathroom was still right where it should have been, on the adjacent wall of the entrance to the room. He ran over to it and went inside, his reflection immediately popping up in the mirror hanging above a small wood cabinet. He placed his hands onto the counter of the sink as he saw that his eyes were back to their original emerald green color. Even after blinking a couple of times, they did not change. This was when he started to breathe a little heavily, wondering what the hell was happening. The last thing he remembered was falling asleep in his dingy cell. There was no way that All for One would suddenly decide to redecorate the place to look exactly like his old bedroom so suddenly. That evil man wouldn't put up so much All Might merchandise or anything related to heroes because of how much he despised them. And there didn't seem to be any viable explanations as to why the changes of his quirk were no longer present. The green-haired teen then noticed that he didn't feel conduit running through his body anymore. The surging electricity that was just constantly there was now absent. Ice makes seemed to have disappeared as well because nothing formed in his hands no matter how much he tried to do so. This only caused more questions to form in his mind upon this revelation. Seriously, what happened, and where even was he now? Just as Izuku turned around and walked back into his bedroom, he heard the knob on the entrance door jiggle slightly. His body tensed and he instinctively got into a fighting stance right before the door opened up. He may not have had his quirk for some reason, but that didn't mean he couldn't put up a fight. However, his stance dropped quite quickly when he saw the person on the other side appear. Izu. His mother, Inko, questioned as she entered the room, staring at him in confusion after she saw that he was out of his bed. I didn't hear you get up. Is everything okay? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Izuku couldn't find any words to say to her at the moment, staring at his mom for far too long if the worried expression she gained on her face was any indication. The last time he saw her was after he'd just gotten done with another grueling training session at the abandoned hospital base. Instead of being outfitted in what had assumed was SWAT gear, she was now wearing rather casual clothing consisting of a green blouse and light brown pants. She also didn't seem to look any different age-wise despite it being 5 years from the raid. His emotions soon became too much for him and the sight of his beloved mother made the teen's voice break when he spoke. I don't understand. How did I get here? Am I home? Inko made an expression of realization before she hurried over to her son and gave him a firm, warm hug. You must have had another nightmare, she murmured as she tried to comfort her son. I was hoping that they'd go away since we rescued you during the raid. She couldn't see his eyes widen upon this piece of information. You don't have to worry anymore, Izu. That villain will never be able to touch you again. Izuku slowly raised his arms as a stream of tears started rolling down his freckled cheeks. He hesitantly returned the hug, still unsure about whether this was all real or not. None of it made sense to him after all. He was rescued during the raid all those years ago? That wasn't possible since he clearly remembered when he was forced to fight All Might before he was able to regain control and help the hero injure All for One. Perhaps this really was all that man's doing, another way to try and get him to forget about becoming a hero and instead be the successor that he was trained to be? No, that man would never be able to replicate the genuine and comforting aura that his mom radiated. So, this was where Izuku stayed as his fingers scrunched into the back of his mother's blouse, making sure that she wouldn't disappear somehow. His silent crying turned into open sobs as he let out years of repressed emotions during the many years of going through the hellish training of All for One. Inko didn't care that her shoulder began to feel wet from all the years that her son was now pouring out. Her only objective right now was to make him feel better and nothing was going to change that. I'm here for you, Izu, she said softly, rubbing circles into his back. I'll always be here for you. No matter what. Suddenly, she stopped rubbing his back and then continued to hug him. However, her hold on him was now much stronger, not causing any pain, but she made it to where Izuku wouldn't be able to pull away without hurting her. I am here. Young Izuku, her voice changed to that of the composed, confident one that he'd heard for years now. The one that belonged to the man that had taken him from the only person he considered family. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise before he immediately tried to break the hug. He tried to see if he could summon conduit in order to increase his strength, but nothing happened. He got the same result when he tried to do so when he attempted to use Ice Make. So, he was left to struggle futilely against the firm hold the person he previously thought was his mom had on him. Turns out, he didn't need to as the imposter placed her hands onto his shoulders and held him out at arm's length. She kept her grip on him, though, to keep him from escaping. From there, her form changed from the peaceful-looking, green-haired mother he knew and loved to the mostly faceless and suited man that was All for One. You'll never be able to escape me, young Izuku, All for One stated to him, raising his right hand up from the teen's shoulder and then firmly gripped Izuku's face. His fingers made indentations on the boy's skin from just how hard his grip was. Dream all you want, but we both know that you've given up the possibility of being rescued or being able to escape. So, why not admit it to yourself and finally realize your true potential? Become the successor I've been training you to be all of these years. Erase all might from the face of the earth and create the perfect world order that I've been working towards. It was here that Izuku began to scream out in pain, the familiar sensation of having a quirk being forced on him rushing through his body. He tried to take All for One's hand off of his face to no avail. Izuku saw a layer of light blue ice appear at his fingertips before it slowly crawled up his arms, stopping just above his elbows. His eyes also felt like they were stinging, and he somehow knew that the irises must have changed into the amber yellow and ice blue once again. You are the future of this world. All for One's voice became distorted, almost monstrous in sound. The villain never pulled his hand away as he continued to speak. So accept it. Accept the role that has been placed before you and tear down the childish society built around us. Become the twisted successor that I need you to be. Izuku wasn't able to say anything as his vision faded and his strength left him. He only kept on screaming. Izuku instantly shot up from his bed, eyes wide and breathing rather hard. He brought his hands up in front of his face and saw that they were still perpetually covered in ice. The state that they became after his body acclimated to his quirk and changed the limbs in order to help him handle the coldness of the weapons and other attacks he could do with ice make. He began looking around, his different colored eyes noticing that he was back in the isolation cell. The walls and the door were all made of the same fiber steel to keep him from using his quirk to try and get out, while the floor was just non-coated concrete. Conduit wouldn't prove useful against either of the materials that made up the room, so he was unable to form any proper escape plans. So he had settled with playing the waiting game. At some point, he would find an opening in the defenses laid around him, and he would exploit it as soon as it was available. His breathing slowed down into a steady, unconscious rhythm as he threw the sheets off of his bed and turned his body towards the edge of it. He let out a sigh as his feet rested onto the cool concrete of the floor. The nightmare had caused him to break out into a sweat, and his feet felt like they were burning. He was incredibly thankful for the relief he got from the cold surface when his feet touched the ground. He thought about the dream-turned nightmare and found it horrifying at how vivid it was. Everything inside of it felt so real, and he would have actually believed it was if that ending bit never happened. The haunting words of All for One echoed inside of his head, making the teen grimace as he couldn't even keep the man from torturing him while he was asleep. It really emphasized the hopelessness he felt about escaping after all these years. A mentality like that was par for the course when every one of his escape attempts had been foiled and the only shot of him being rescued was prevented by Kurogiri. Izuku got up from the bed and went over to his bathroom sink, taking his time in brushing his teeth and splashing water on his face to help him wake up. Luckily, his icy hands didn't immediately freeze the water because of the many years of control exercises that he was forced to go through. Once he was done, he dried his face with a small towel and then walked towards the center of the cell. It was thankfully big enough for him to be able to do some stretching exercises, as he was unwilling to let the muscles he'd gained over years of harsh training deteriorate. That, and it was practically ingrained into him by this point. It wasn't the best option to stay in shape, but it was all he had at the moment. Maybe one day he would be allowed more freedom, but that would cost him his lifelong goal of being a hero. And he swore he would never pay that price, no matter what. As he was going through the motions of his calisthenics, his mind wandered to how the last 5 years had come and gone. Ever since the rescue attempt by the heroes and the police, his training had been put to a stop, no longer having to fight whatever Nomu the doctor had concocted. He would still occasionally be let out under the watchful eye of Kurogiri to lessen the possibility of cabin fever. It was only due to Izuku's focus on keeping his composure that kept that from happening. All for One hadn't deigned to meet with him at all during this time. Izuku had guesses as to what his blood was being used for, but nothing concrete. All he truly knew was it was definitely for a sinister purpose because All for One and the doctor were involved. He just hoped that he would be ready for whatever it was they had planned. Or that maybe he'd be fortunate enough to see some sort of opening that he could use to escape. At this last thought, Izuku heard 3 consecutive knocks on the fiber steel door of his cell. "Midoriya-san." Kurogiri's voice spoke from the other side. "I've come to collect you. The master wishes to speak with you." Izuku's eyes widened at this, and a feeling of dread washed over him. Why was he being called out now all of a sudden? Had All for One succeeded with whatever it was he was doing with his blood, or had the villain been met with failure and wanted to try convincing him to become his successor? After he took a few moments to calm himself, Izuku replied back. "Give me a moment," he said as he picked up his usual black jumpsuit from the floor and put it on. "Okay, I'm ready." He heard the mist-made man unlocking the myriad of locks placed on the outside of the door. Before long, the door opened and Kurogiri appeared, his glowing yellow eyes honed in on the young teen as soon as he entered the room. He used a hand to gesture for Izuku to step out as he held the door. "Come," he spoke in the same professional tone he always had. "I would rather not keep him waiting." Izuku didn't do anything as he walked out of the room and into a long, shadowed corridor. There were a few lights placed along the ceiling above him, but they were clearly not maintained as most weren't even working. It didn't really matter too much since the only one who walked down to this section of the hideout was Kurogiri whenever it was time to bring the green-haired boy food. Without any words between them, Kurogiri walked ahead of Izuku, leading him to where they were to meet All for One. Izuku certainly would have gotten lost if he tried to navigate the place by himself. They had to make quite a number of turns during their walk and go through a few rooms as well. Perhaps he was isolated so much as both a punishment and a contingency for if he was actually able to get out of his cell? It sounded like something All for One would do. Eventually, Izuku saw a lambent light at the end of one of the corridors. He had to squint his eyes since they were not used to seeing anything too bright. Luckily, they were able to adjust quickly enough the closer they got to the end. Kurogiri and Izuku entered an incredibly large room with tons of widescreen monitors mounted on the sides. They were all showing various things that were happening in the world, mostly of villains being captured by heroes and the media praising them for their efforts. There was some expensive-looking laboratory equipment of various designs all over the place. Izuku had no idea what they did, but he had a feeling that he didn't want to know. At the center end of the room, there was another monitor that put all the rest to shame. It nearly encompassed the entire wall and was resting over a much smaller desk with a keyboard lying on top. In front of that desk was a chair that Izuku knew was occupied currently, but was unable to see who it was because of the sheer size of the chair itself. And considering he saw All for One and the doctor standing closer to the center of the room, Izuku was both curious and cautious. The former stared at the teen from behind his mask, taking note of how much he'd grown since they last saw each other. He was more than amused at the hardened glare he received from Izuku's mismatched eyes. "Welcome, young Izuku," he greeted with his arms spread wide. "You appear to be doing well after all this time. Your accommodations weren't too unbearable, I trust?" Izuku merely stared at All for One, letting the man know that he just wanted to get to the point. All for One sighed at this. "I see that you still mean to defy me," he said, disappointed. "I had hoped a few years to yourself would give you time to think. Enough time to see the bigger picture and reflect on your mistakes. I've shown you that we live in a fractured world, young Izuku." He gestured to the many monitors' various news feeds talking about heroes and villains. "Ever since quirks were introduced to mankind, we as a people have changed. Most would argue that it's a blessing to receive such glorious and wondrous powers. I am of the opposite disposition." The villain turned around and the monitors suddenly changed to all manner of villains being arrested. Some were truly unrepentant, relishing in the chaos they had caused, while others were stunned that they were being jeered at by people all around them. It's possible that those villains knew some of them and they appeared broken-hearted by what they were hearing. "All of these people have been deemed villains merely for using their quirks," the masked man continued. He pointed towards one rather normal-looking villain, an expression of utter defeat and hopelessness on him as he walked towards a SWAT van, cuffed. He was merely trying to get money for rent so that his family wouldn't be thrown out onto the streets. He pointed at another. That woman was tired of being mistreated at her workplace because of the way she looked. There are far too many stories like this, and it grieves me that their problems will only be getting worse due to how our society views villains. The public always have massive outcries about things they don't understand. They demand harsh punishment to be given swiftly for the actions they call villainous. All for One then turned to look at Izuku once more. "I want to change this world for the better. To show everyone that quirks are not something one should be punished for after using something they naturally grew up with. Earlier today, I saw a poor woman with a barrier quirk be taken into custody after someone called the police on her. She activated it merely on reflex as a thief ran right by her. How fair is our world when we have citizens willing to waste a police officer's time with something so inane? He asked the teen. Or how someone is immediately seen as a villain just because they can't comprehend a certain quirk. It's preposterous. That's not a world anyone should have to live in. And no one is taking a stand to change the status quo. No one but me. That is why I have fools like All Might trying to thwart my plans. This is the only world he's ever known, and he thinks that I'm threatening his way of life when I only seek to enrich it. All for One paused as he walked towards Izuku until he was within arm's reach. So, I must ask you once again, young Izuku, he said before holding out a hand to the teen. What will you choose? Will you help me create a world where people aren't defined by their quirk? A world where we are not chained down by corrupt individuals who think that they know better than us? Or will you continue to defy me and let our society stay stagnant? Izuku's eyes went from the villain's mask to his hand, almost as if he were studying it. He had to admit that his speech made sense. All for One always did have a way with words. Centuries of experience and multiple lifetimes of witnessing society's change could do that. However, he knew this man was merely twisting his words to make his arguments sound enticing. He knew what All for One meant when he said he wanted to change the world into something better. What about the people you let the doctor experiment on? Izuku asked after returning his gaze up the villain's mask. What about the lives you ruin because of your warped machinations? How do they factor into this grand scheme of yours? How do I factor into all of this? You make me think for years that I'm supposed to be some sort of weapon to defeat All Might, and then you tell me that you actually wanted me to be your successor. What was it about a nervous, freshly diagnosed, quirkless and 4-year-old boy that made you take him away from his mother? All for One did not take his hand away before he answered. It was because you were quirkless that I couldn't help but want to show you your potential myself, the villain said. What many people do not realize about quirkless people is that their DNA is a blank slate. They do not possess a quirk factor, but that doesn't wholly prevent them from gaining one. It's like splashing paint onto a blank canvas. That means that they can essentially be given a quirk without any ramifications to their body. I can give and take away a person's quirk with ease, but anyone I do give a quirk to may not survive the process. That was why it was such a treat seeing how compatible Conduit and Ice Make were to you, he continued. And, of course, I wanted to make sure you were trained to handle those quirks in their entirety. The possibility of having you rid me of that loathsome hero, All Might, was always a goal. But you were actually the one I'd been looking for after decades of searching. Someone that was the perfect template for me to give my quirk to. Izuku should have known that this was where this conversation was going. All for One must have had a small interest in finding a successor before he even met Izuku, but he surely must have wanted to pass his quirk on now more than ever. The villain's life was now finite and he must have known that. No longer would he be able to fight at full capacity thanks to the debilitating injuries he suffered 5 years ago. The man didn't want his power to be lost. Understandable, given how powerful his quirk was, but it was not one that Izuku would accept. The teen gave his hand a quick glance before he made his decision. I refuse, he said and swatted All for One's hand away with his own. I know what it is you truly want. It's the same thing that you've wanted even before you met me. Power and control to bend the world to whatever shape you want. I know that our world isn't perfect, but no one deserves the one where you're in charge of everything. When I become a hero, I'll change it for the better and without resorting to the tactics you use. A sigh escaped the villain before he held his hands out in a dramatic shrug, shaking his head slowly. I suppose I should have known that you wouldn't accept. He paused and then began to chuckle in a rather sinister manner. It's a good thing that I have a backup plan. He turned his body to the side and gestured over to the chair in front of the desk. It slowly turned around, finally revealing the person that had been sitting in it this entire time. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at the sight, because he was suddenly looking at himself. He was an exact clone, from the green hair to the freckles that were formed into a diamond on each cheek of his face. He even looked to be the same age as well from his facial features and being around the same height as Izuku. The only noticeable differences between them were that the clone's eyes were the emerald green that Izuku used to have and that his arms weren't perpetually covered in ice. The clone was also dressed much better at that moment. He wore a long-sleeved and white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows along with tight black gloves over his hands. Over the shirt was a black vest that had a dark green tie tucked into the V of the vest. His pants were neatly pressed and black in color, his shoes looking just as pristine. It was an outfit that seemed to fit the clone perfectly, appearing sophisticated but could tell anyone that he was willing to get his hands dirty if he needed to. Everyone watched as he stepped out of the chair and headed towards All for One with his hands placed behind his back. When he was right in front of the suited man, he dropped down to one knee and hung his head in order to convey his fealty. "Father," he spoke, and it scared Izuku that he sounded exactly the same as well. All for One grinned widely behind his mask, almost unable to contain his amusement at the sight. "Rise," he ordered by gesturing the teen to stand back up. The clone did so and turned to Izuku. "We finally meet," he said, turning his body, and began to walk over to the electricity ice user. "I was getting a little impatient waiting for you to finally tell our father your decision." "He is not my father." Izuku snapped back, letting conduits surge through his body in case he was about to get into a fight. "And how could you even call him that?" The identical teen simply chuckled as a retort. "Because he is," he said. "You may see him as this evil man bent on creating a subjugated world, but I see the opposite. I see a visionary, someone who strives to bring order to the chaos we now live in." Izuku gaped at his clone. Confusion spread across his face. "How did he get you to believe that?" he couldn't help but ask. "He's willing to tear a little kid away from his mom just because he thought the world would be better for that decision. Not to mention all of the people he helps procure for the doctor to turn into Nomu. If you're truly me, how could you look at those things and not see him as the monster that he really is?" A laugh escaped the clone for a moment before he glared at Izuku, his gloved hands balling into fists as he got right in the original's face. "Because I'm not like you," he said in a low, angered voice. "I'm not weak. It almost makes me want to vomit that I share the same DNA as someone with such a bleeding heart. You look at the powers that he's gifted you and see a curse. You know what I would have seen? Possibilities. Ways on how I could use those powers to help rebuild our society into something better. Something perfect. You'd choose to be a monster just like him?" Izuku glared right back at his clone, who nodded without hesitation. He moved his gaze to look over to All for One soon after. "And what becomes of me? You have what you wanted now, so what happens to me?" Suddenly, the clone shot a hand towards Izuku's neck before he even had a chance to react. His fingers gripped onto the frontal portion with a vice-like grip, and Izuku struggled to breathe. "That's actually for me to decide," the clone stated, a wide and maniacal grin spreading across his face. "You see, I'm interested in seeing just how our ideals clash against each other. You want to become a hero while I shall become the villain this world needs. So, go ahead. Become the hero you've always wanted to be so I can see how you look when Father and I accomplish our goals. Kurogyri, open a portal for me." After what seemed like an eon of silence, the misty villain looked at the clone with confusion. "Where to?" he questioned. The clone snapped a finger with his free hand and the giant monitor behind him switched over to a peculiar sight. A shopping district that appeared to be in ruins was being covered on the news. There were blazing fires in multiple stores, windows shattered, and heroes desperately trying to fight the villain causing the whole thing. It appeared to be made entirely of green sludge and had big, yellow eyes. The villain currently had a teen with blonde, spiky hair held hostage, and it looked like it was trying to possess him more than anything else. Just before that deed was done, however, All Might appeared and was able to blow the villain away with one of his signature smash attacks. Kurogyri caught on and nodded his head. "You command." He bowed quickly before he used his quirk and opened up a portal right beside Izuku and the clone choking him. Tatooine Shopping District. Toshinori Yagi let out a sigh as he tried to keep his form maintained. He didn't pay the rain that he'd caused to pelt down on him and everyone around much mind. He thought that it was just going to be a normal day. He had recently moved into the Mustafar ward a few days ago and was getting some provisions for his new apartment. However, the life of a hero is never easy as he saw a thief run right by him on his way out of the convenience store. The villain took him onto a merry chase all over the city as he tried to apprehend the criminal. He was led through the apparently very complex sewer system and lost him for just a few moments at some point near the shopping district. He chose to take a few moments to rest while on the roof of a random skyscraper when he heard the explosions. When he arrived at the scene, he saw the villain trying to take over a teenager's body, and that angered the symbol of peace to no end. An innocent life had been caught up in all of this because he was worried about his time limit. It was completely and utterly pathetic. Luckily, he had just enough time to be able to give off one more attack to blow the villain into pieces, literally. He raised a triumphant fist into the air and heard the crowd cheer for his victory. However, he was confused when he started to hear a strange sound followed by shocked gasps. Toshinori turned around and his eyes widened when he saw the same writhing portal made of purple mist he'd seen years ago during the raid on All for One's secret base. Everyone's surprise was only exacerbated when Izuku appeared out of it, held by the neck of a mysterious, gloved hand. He watched the boy struggle to breathe and was about to move to help Izuku out, but he felt his insides suddenly burn. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he winced from the pain of his injury. It was this that caused him to be too late to prevent what happened next. "I'll give you the freedom you've craved for years now," a distorted voice said from the other side of the portal. "Don't disappoint me. Oh, and here's a parting gift from me to you." That was when an incredibly sharp blade of some sort was moved through the portal and went right through Izuku's chest. Everyone stared at this in shock and horror as the teen grunted in pain before the blade was drawn back and the hand released Izuku from its grip. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the portal closed. Toshinori took only a second to stare at Izuku's prone, bleeding frame before he forced himself to move. The muscular blonde man raced over to the teen and picked him up swiftly yet carefully at the same time. "I won't be able to reach a hospital with how little time I've got left," he thought to himself with a grimace before an idea popped into his head. "I can get him to UA. Recovery Girl will heal him faster than any other doctor." Just as he leaped away from the crowd and towards the famous high school for heroes, the blonde teen with spiky hair and red eyes that had been captured by the Sludge Villain stared at the person that All Might was carrying away. "Izuku?" Bakugo asked with a low whisper, his heart and mind racing a mile a minute. "So, what should we call you?" the doctor asked with a brow raised. The clone hummed in thought, rubbing his chin for a couple of moments as he perused all of the same memories that Izuku had. He then gave a small, certain smile before he spoke. "There was this name that an old childhood friend called him before he was taken," he said wistfully, almost like he was lost in the memory. "Deku." The boy used it as an insult, but I'm going to give that name a different meaning. Instead of a useless puppet, they'll see a driven man that will see his vision brought to life. The doctor didn't seem that impressed with the name. He simply shrugged, though, as it really didn't matter what he thought. After he did, however, he heard something clink down next to his feet. He looked down at the floor with his green-colored spectacles. He hummed questioningly before he froze at the sight of the object. A grenade made of ice had just rolled up to him, the pin that would normally be there missing. "No!" He tried to shout, but then the grenade exploded and his entire body was encased in ice. All for One, Kurogyri and Deku all were certainly surprised at this and were unable to do anything as the doctor's body began to crumble away into tiny pieces, dead. Deku couldn't help but chuckle after he processed this. Izuku, the one he deemed to be the weaker of them, was apparently less so. "He must have tossed it inside as I was choking him without any of us noticing," he said. "Who knew he actually had it in him to kill someone?" His chuckle then grew into full-blown laughter, one that echoed inside of the walls of the giant room they all stood in. "Medic!" All Might shouted when he got inside the nurse's office at UA, Izuku still unconscious in his arms. Recovery Girl furrowed her brows at the familiar voice and spun around in her chair, her eyes spotting the symbol of peace himself carrying an injured teen with a worried expression on his face. She immediately hopped off and rushed over to them. "Bring him to a bed," she ordered, and was thankful that All Might didn't waste time in following it. She saw a puncture wound on the top of an old-looking, black jumpsuit on the boy's upper body, and she swiftly unbuttoned it so that she could inspect the injury. If the situation weren't so dire, she would have taken the time to be appalled at the multitude of scars riddling his chest and abdomen. Thanks to her many years in the medical field, however, she knew what to prioritize when met with things like this. She waved all might away so that she could work and then began examining the teen's vitals. Recovery Girl had to make sure that he would have enough stamina in order for her to use her quirk, heal, on him without hurting him further. His injury didn't seem to be too bad despite the area he was stabbed, noting that he wasn't even bleeding now. That struck her as odd, but she wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Once she was satisfied that he had the energy, she kissed him on one of his cheeks and activated her quirk. The injury slowly began to close up, a bright light emanating from it during the process. It wasn't long before it was gone and Recovery Girl pulled away to stop her quirk. Just because he was healed didn't mean that his stamina wouldn't still be constantly drained, so she always had to be careful about that. After she was done healing him, she set the boy up within 4 to help him stay hydrated. He definitely lost some blood and was sweaty when he was brought in, so he would definitely need something to replenish his fluids. She couldn't use his arms because of the ice that covered them, but there were other areas on the body for her to work with. She took off his socks and shoes before inserting the needle into the dorsal arched veins in his feet. After that, she made sure the 4 was dripping properly. All Might watched all of this worriedly, barely noticing the steam wafting off of his body to tell him that he was absolutely out of time now. With a long exhalation, he let himself shrink down. His clothes appeared to be quite baggy on him because of how frail he appeared to be now. Not to mention his sunken face and disheveled hair, he had clearly been made into a shadow of his former self after that fight with All for One. Now, he was just Toshinori Yagi, the man behind the hero. His bright blue eyes saw that Recovery Girl was still checking other various things on Izuku, so he decided that now would be a good time to make some calls. He walked out of the room and into the hallway before taking out his phone. Toshinori went through the favorites in his contact list and stopped at Inko's number. She would be furious if she wasn't the first to know that her son was back. He made a few taps and heard a couple of rings before he heard her pick up. Toshi! There would be no way for her to see the smile he got when she called him that. He didn't know why it happened, it just felt nice when he heard that name from her. Toshinori shook those thoughts away as his news was more important than his feelings. Inko, he said. I've got Izuku. He's here in Recovery Girl's office at UA. He should have expected the long pause as this would have surely made the green-haired woman quite emotional. My Izu? Her words quivered, most likely on the verge of tears. You're not joking? He's really there? Toshinori nodded. Yeah, he is, he replied confidently, grinning. We've got him back, Inko. Your son is back. Inko sniffled and it sounded like she was trying to wipe her tears away. I'll be right there. She hung up and now all Toshinori had to do was wait. He made another call to Naomasa and told him the same thing he told Inko, the detective sounding elated at the news before he hung up to head over to the school. He would have also made another call to Principal Nizu, but he had a really good feeling that the mouse bear dog man knew about all of this already. Just as he put his phone back into his pocket, he heard the door behind him slide open and Recovery Girl walked out. The short, older woman stared up at him with a withering glare. What have I told you about calling before you barge into my office? She questioned him crankily. Toshinori waved his hands frantically to try and placate her. It was an emergency. It was the closest place I could think of. The youthful heroine glared at him for a few moments more just to make him feel uncomfortable. Then she sighed and shook her head. Well, the boy should be fine now, she informed the blonde. He's still unconscious, but he'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness. Toshinori breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Recovery Girl furrowed her brows as she appeared to be in thought as she spoke. He looks awfully familiar. He wouldn't happen to be the same child that was kidnapped at Muzutafu General Hospital, would he? He nodded and she placed one of her hands on her chest and gave a short exhalation through her nose. I'm glad. Not a day went by that I didn't think about that awful story. Toshinori felt like he understood her mindset. The wizened old nurse held pride in her work as a medical heroine. Despite her complaints about having to heal injuries the students at UA usually got from being stupid, she liked helping them. So, she must have felt offended to hear that a villain posing as a doctor had kidnapped a little boy right in front of his mother at a hospital. Someone had pretended to be a part of her profession, one where people took an oath to do no harm, and used it to do so rather heinously. Same for me, Toshinori murmured. Inko raced past the gate leading into UA as fast as she could. She had only just gotten home from work when she got the call from Toshi. When he told her that her son was at UA and that he was actually safe after all of these years, she almost broke down. The last year or two had been especially tough on her as the doubt of her ever seeing her son again had grown quite strong. She did her best to push that doubt away, but it seemed to have been returning much quicker these days. Well, she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Not after she got the confirmation from the symbol of peace himself that her son was back and out of the clutches of All for One. This was the one thing she ever wanted since that fateful day a decade ago. And nothing was going to get in the way this time. If All for One himself popped back up to take her son away again, she would be the first one to face him. After a few minutes of navigating through the prestigious hero school, she finally arrived at the nurse's office. She saw Toshinori waiting for her outside the door. "Toshi," she called out to him and got his attention. He didn't have a chance to say anything, however, as she rushed up to the blonde. "Is he inside? Is he okay? What happened? How did you find?" Hey, Toshinori placed his hands onto her shoulders and gave her a small smile. "Calm down. Recovery girl told me that he's going to be fine. He's just unconscious for now, but she said that he should wake up sometime soon. He lost a bit of his stamina when she healed him, so he just needs to rest a bit." "He was hurt? Can I see him then?" Inko looked like she was on the verge of rushing right inside the office. The door to the office opened up and Recovery Girl stepped out. "Yes, that should be fine," she told the worried mother. "But we should all be careful not to crowd him. Goodness knows what he's had to deal with since he went missing. My Quirk can only deal with physical injuries after all." Inko gave her thanks before she went on inside and her eyes widened, tears beginning to form as joy spread throughout her body. There he was. Izuku was lying on one of the beds, clearly unconscious. She saw that he was wearing the same black jumpsuit from when she saw him at the raid, just bigger because of his growth. He looked so tall and mature now that it broke her heart that she wasn't there for him during all that time. Her eyes noticed all of the scars running over his torso since the top of the jumpsuit was open, growing angry at the monster who did this to her son. She brought up a chair next to his bed and sat down before taking one of his hands into her own. Inko didn't care how cold it was because of the strange ice that covered most of his arms. She wanted to assure herself that she had something to grab onto and have him stay with her. To never leave her side. She brought the hand up to her forehead and that was when the dam broke. Inko started crying loudly, unable to quell the relieving tears that streamed down her cheeks. Her baby boy was safe and sound once more. That was all a good mother could ever wish for. She also wished that it didn't take so long for them to be reunited. Toshinori and Recovery Girl watched the scene with somber smiles as they thought the same thing. Izuku slowly felt himself regaining consciousness, blinking a few times to clear his eyesight of its fuzziness. As he did, he tried to think of what last happened to him. His memory seemed to be a bit fuzzy for some reason. He remembered having to go meet with All for One, where the man had tried once again to get him to become his successor. He knew that he refused the offer, but after that, he found out that he had a clone that was like him in many ways, but was also too different for Izuku's liking. He didn't know what All for One actually did to convince his other self to become his successor, but he supposed that it wouldn't be very productive to make absurd guesses. Right now, he needed to figure out where he was and then go from there. This was when he heard what sounded like sobbing from nearby. Actually, it was more like it was coming from right next to him. Izuku turned his head and saw a green-haired woman holding one of his hands up against her forehead and crying profusely. His eyes widened slightly at this as he knew that the person was his mom. Was he actually free this time? He hadn't been able to really see where Kurogiri's portal had sent him since he was kinda struggling to breathe at the time. No, that can't be right. After an entire decade of being in All for One's clutches, he was let go just like that? Sure, his clone had said the decision was his to make, but Izuku simply couldn't fathom that All for One would let him be released. This had to be another dream then. He was probably still unconscious and would wake up in some other laboratory set up by the evil mastermind. As much as he wanted this to be real, he wasn't going to let himself be caught by false hope again. So, Inko was shocked when her son suddenly snatched his hand away from her tender grip, shot up from the bed and jumped away. "Aizu," she shouted out to him but froze at the grim expression on her son's face. He willed conduit through his body, golden arcs of electricity dancing around him, and got a better look at his surrounding. Izuku immediately noticed that he was in a hospital room, but one that clearly didn't have all of the proper equipment. He didn't pay that much mind because it was inconsequential at the moment. That was when he noticed that there were two other people in the room. One was a tall, lanky blonde man in street clothing while the other was an incredibly short old woman in a white coat. "Let's get this out of the way," Izuku started, deathly serious. "Which one of you do I have to defeat for this dream to end?" He then readied himself as he focused ice make into his right hand, creating a sword that he now had gripped by the handle. He tensed his left hand and conduit began to dance erratically in his palm, becoming more focused for him to fire off any electrical attacks he needed. Young Toshinori took a step forward and immediately had to jump back as a bolt of lightning was shot near his feet. Izuku's glare was hard and his mismatched eyes seemed to glow intensely, radiating with anger. "Don't you dare call me that. Now answer me. Which one of you is All for One this time?" "Aizu, please." Inko cried out to her son, distraught at seeing her boy act this way. "This is all real. You're at UA in the nurse's office. You're safe now." While he didn't like the sight of seeing his mom in tears, even if she was fake, he knew that he couldn't believe her. If this was all a dream, then all he would get are honeyed words in order to try and put him into a false sense of security. Recovery Girl was also staring at the boy a bit worried. He looked like he would actually attack them if provoked too much, but wasn't going to be the one to make the first move either. He truly thought this was all a dream, a thought that saddened her greatly. Then he wanted to confirm which one of them was his tormentor in disguise. "Sonny, calm down please," the youthful heroine attempted. "This is not a dream. You were brought to my office by All Might after you got stabbed." Toshinori nodded to confirm this but then realized that he was no longer in his buff form. The teen had never seen him like this either. "That's right," he said, lifting up his shirt slightly to reveal the grotesque injury on the side of his torso. "You remember this injury? I got it trying to save you, remember? Surely you don't think that you could imagine how I would look after receiving it, do you?" Izuku didn't let his stance falter, knowing better than to lower his guard. He should have known that none of them would say that they were All for One, but he didn't want to attack his mom and two strangers just to be sure. This may be a dream and none of them were real people, but he felt that if he were to attack them so easily while unconscious then it would end up translating over when he was awake. And that would mean that he would be taking another step towards being corrupted by All for One's influence. Inko tried to step closer to her son as he appeared to be contemplating his next course of action. "Aizu," she spoke softly to try to calm him down. "Please, believe me. None of us are going to hurt you. You're not dreaming about any of this." She took another step closer and was glad that he didn't do anything when she did. "We just want to make sure you're all right." The green-haired teen pursed his lips as she took another step. He still appeared to be ready to fight at a moment's notice, though. Conduit was still running strong and the grip on his ice sword was firm. "I don't believe you," he replied, but it lacked conviction. I can't be free. He won't let me be free just like that." Tears of his own were threatening to leak out and his lips were quivering. "It's okay, Aizu," Inko continued, getting even closer. "You're safe now. I'm here for you." Izuku's eyes widened when he heard those words. "I'm here for you, young Izu." That was going to be the next thing she said. This was a dream after all. "Stay away from me," he yelled out before he shot another bolt of lightning at her feet to keep her away. The teen then made a dash towards the window inside the room and jumped right out. "Aizu Sunny Midoriya," the three adults shouted out in shock. Izuku wasn't worried about falling about 3 stories from the ground, not when conduit was running through him. The electrical half of his quirk strengthened his muscles to withstand impacts that would normally injure someone greatly. As long as he wasn't too high up, then he was safe from any repercussions one would suffer from landing from jumping at such a high distance. Well, that and this was all a dream anyway, so there was no point in being afraid of getting hurt. He landed roughly in a courtyard below on a concrete pathway running through what looked like a large school campus, cracks appearing beneath his feet from how hard his impact was. Now that he was away from his imposter mom, the one pretending to be All Might, and the old lady, he was set on finding all for one and end this dream, so that he can wake up and deal with whatever hell he would have to be put through next. He'd rather do that than be given a false hope and have it crushed so easily by his captor. "Whoa," a voice not too far away from him shouted in surprise. "What the hell, kid? I don't have any extra lives, so don't try to end the only one I got with a heart attack." Izuku looked towards the source of the voice and spotted a guy just a couple of years older than him in some uniform that was vaguely recognizable to him. He was about to ask something but wasn't given the chance. "Young man," Inko shouted down to them from the broken window, "please don't let my son run off. Try to keep him there." After that, she left the window and they both assumed she was now headed down to them. The mystery student scratched the back of his head with a raised brow. "What?" he questioned at the odd event happening to him right now. "The hell is going on here?" "Well, I guess she's lucky I'm training to be a hero. Shouldn't be too hard to keep you busy." Izuku's eyes narrowed at being underestimated like this, but didn't say anything. What he did do was throw his sword at the student's feet, causing it to shatter and encasing the guy's legs in ice. "You shouldn't think lightly of your opponents," he said, and was stopped once again just as he was about to run away. A sigh escaped the student, sounding more annoyed than as if he gave up with his legs no longer able to move. "You just had to have a strong quirk, didn't you?" he asked rhetorically before bringing his hands down to the ice and disintegrated it when all of the fingers on each hand touched it. He shook his legs to try and warm them up since his ice was really cold. Izuku was surprised that he was able to get out of the ice so easily, not having seen a quirk like that before. He did notice that the ice didn't go away until all of his fingers made contact, though. That was a pretty useful quirk. He would just have to make sure to incapacitate the student or keep his hands on lockdown before he became too much of a problem. So, he fired off a lightning bolt at the guy that wasn't too high in voltage in an attempt to stun him. The student's eyes widened at the attack, but was able to dodge it just before he was hit, jumping away to the side. "Geez, a dual quirk with a weird combo, huh?" he noted to himself before getting into a fighting stance. "I'll have to keep an eye on you." This was when he made his first move since the encounter started. With surprising speed, he was right in front of the green-haired teen. He used his left foot as a platform so that he could attack with his right leg, attempting a sweeping kick at Izuku's legs to trip him. Unfortunately, that didn't work as Izuku checked it with his left shin. He quickly created a blunt weapon this time in his right hand, a pair of nunchaku connected with a chain made of the same ice that formed them. He swung the end that wasn't being held by him down at the student's head. Either the guy would be knocked out from the impact or he'd get his face frozen. Each outcome would give him the victory. However, the student retaliated by grabbing that end of the weapon with one of his hands, all of the fingers touching it, and the nunchaku disintegrated just like the ice that encased his legs momentarily. Izuku growled in annoyance but then realized the range at which the student was at now. Before the student made another move, he focused on releasing conduit out of his body for an area of effect attack. It was something that he'd developed against one of the doctor's Nomu, as that one was like a constricting snake and had been very close to squeezing the life out of him. That was how he thought of a move that could be both defensive and offensive at the same time. "Thunderstruck!" he cried out the name of his move, his eyes flashing yellow before an erratic shroud of electricity exploded from his body. "Oh boy," the student called out in alarm, thankfully being just quick enough to jump away and out of the range of the attack. "Dang. Not Batman. You planning on becoming a hero? You've got tons of potential with that quirk of yours." Izuku stopped his attack when he saw that the student didn't get hit, the shroud shrinking down until it was gone and he only had arcs of electricity sparking over his body again. If you were real, I'd take that as a compliment, he replied before he lowered his level and rushed at him. Hearing this only caused the student to raise a brow in confusion. The hell did this kid mean if he was real? Questions for another time, he supposed, as he had to focus on this fight right now. He hoped his next move wouldn't hurt the kid too badly, but he obviously couldn't get in close with that AoE attack. He slammed his hand down onto the ground and focused his quirk to go in a line in front of him. Ground collapse, he yelled out, and it was an aptly named move since the ground did just that. The earth crumbled beneath Izuku's feet so quickly that he wasn't able to orientate himself properly, losing his footing when he missed a step in his rush towards the student. He fell face first into the lined crater that was created with this move. Izuku didn't have time to try and get up either, as he felt a painful weight on his back and his arms being pulled away from the ground. The student had his knee at the center of Izuku's back and was restraining his wrists in each of his hands, making sure to have his pinkies extended so that his quirk didn't activate. There? He said. Now, don't try doing that cool move again or I'll just knock you out. I don't want to make your mom upset by hurting you too much. Izuku hissed as he felt the harsh grip on his wrists become rather painful. And then his eyes widened in realization. He felt pain. That meant that none of this was a dream. He had just attacked his mom and possibly even All Might. And he'd also been fighting with an innocent stranger. His body slackened and tears streamed down his cheeks from his widened eyes. He was free after all? Would he actually be able to go home like he wanted ever since he was taken 10 years ago? Aizu, he heard his mom call out to the both of them, the teen just barely able to turn his head and see her running towards them along with All Might and Recovery Girl. The student noticed the lack of resistance from the green-haired kid but didn't loosen his grip. Hey! He greeted all of them. I don't think I hurt him. This won't get me in trouble or anything, will it? He gestured to the torn-up earth that he caused with his last attack. Toshinori shook his head. You'll be fine, he replied with a smile. Thanks for your help. Izuku asked, his voice broken after being overwhelmed emotionally when he realized everything he'd done. This is all real, right? I'm not dreaming. Inko went over to them and placed a hand on the student's shoulder, nodding at him to get him to let go. She gave him a thankful smile when he did and helped her son get up from the ground until he was on his knees. That's right, Aizu, she said softly before pulling him into a hug, letting his head rest softly on a shoulder. You're safe now and you always will be from now on. Her own tears were streaming as well, but this was more in silent content. Izuku reluctantly wrapped his arms around her to return the hug, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes shut before he began sobbing. He was finally able to let out all of the pent-up feelings of anger, hopelessness, sadness and many others because he truly believed her words. He was back and he was free. This was all real and he had his mom back. Toshinori and Recovery Girl did nothing but watch the heart-wrenching scene, the two glad that Izuku had finally realized that yes, he was free. And the student watched with growing confusion after this entire ordeal. Should I stay or can I go home? I could use a good Shadow Souls session after all this drama. Izuku didn't know how long he stayed in the comforting embrace of his mother, the person he'd been wanting to be reunited with for a solid decade now. He was grateful that he was given all the time he needed in order to vent like this. He had kept his emotions at bay because he thought that they wouldn't help him when he was kidnapped by All for One. The man never seemed to care about him begging to be let go or the tears that were often streaming down his freckled cheeks. It was when the training of his quirk began that he realized that no amount of crying would save him from his situation. So, he bottled them up, thinking that he should focus on his survival against the onslaught of Nomu he was made to fight and kill every day. It didn't matter how beaten and battered he would end up, he knew that All for One and the doctor would have more in store for him. He didn't bother thinking about how unhealthy it was for him to repress his anger, frustration, sorrow, and the myriad of other emotions he went through during that 10-year time span. What he did think about were ways for him to innovate his quirk, creating moves that would allow him to possibly escape or do something to hinder All for One's plans. He was usually kept on a tight watch for his training sessions, but there were times when he was left unsupervised while fighting against a Nomu. If he was able to kill one quickly enough, he would use any remaining time coming up with attacks that would be both devastating and quick. That was when Ionic Bolt was eventually created, and that move certainly did a number on All for One since he had to wear that custom-made industrial mask from now on. So, his mindset was always set into a sort of combat mode. Even when he wasn't fighting a Nomu or being given lessons by Kurogiri, he was still in that thought process. This, unfortunately, took its toll on him as he wasn't able to distinguish a nightmare he'd had recently from reality. He was ready to fight his own mother, All Might, and that old lady in the nurse's room just after he woke up. He'd even threatened his mom with a lightning bolt before jumping out of the window and then proceeded to get into a fight with an older student attending UA High School. He was just thankful that he didn't hurt anyone before he was subdued. To be honest, it felt good to be able to cry like this. He knew that he was still going to need a lot more time to heal, but this was helping him quite a bit right now. Eventually, Izuku stepped away from his mom and wiped his tears off with the sleeve of his raggedy black jumpsuit. "He missed you," he said between sniffles. "I never let him make me a villain because I wanted to see you again." Inko wished that she could bury All for One in the deepest, darkest pit that hell had to offer for all of the suffering he'd caused to her family. "I missed you too, Izu," she said, her voice soft as she kept her hands on his shoulders. "I never stopped looking for you, not once. And I won't let that monster take you from me ever again." Tashinori stepped up to the two after this, placing a hand on Inko's shoulder. "We should get back up to Recovery Girl's office. I'm sure she wants to make sure that you—" He saw Izuku flinch from what he was going to say. "I mean, your son is given a proper checkup." She nodded in agreement before she gently grasped one of Izuku's hands and brought it up in front of her face. "Is that okay, Izu?" she asked concernedly. "We just want to make sure you're not hurt. After that, we can figure out what we're going to do." Izuku finished wiping his eyes off and nodded as well. "Yeah, that's fine." He didn't think that there was anything wrong with him, physically at least, but it wouldn't hurt just to be sure. His mom stood up and he started to walk along with her and the lanky blonde man that was apparently All Might back over to Recovery Girl. He stopped, though, when he realized he hadn't apologized to the student just yet. So, he turned around towards him and bowed lightly. "Sorry for how I was acting earlier," he said, regret showing on his face. I wasn't in a proper state of mind." The student quirked a brow up for a moment before he shook his head and chuckled. "Don't worry about it, man," he replied with a wave of his hand. "I don't know what this is all about, but everything worked out in the end, right? You just focus on getting better and maybe we can meet up again sometime and spar for real or something." When Izuku straightened himself, he took a moment to actually see just how the student looked. He was a good bit taller than him, with dark black hair that ended at just about his neck and looked like it had been styled lazily enough to barely pass as neat. A couple of bangs would occasionally drift over the dry patches of skin that surrounded his bright red eyes. Izuku felt that the student looked familiar from just those features. "I feel like I've seen—" His eyes suddenly widened in realization as he recalled a meeting he had with All for One a few years after he was kidnapped. "It's him!" An 8-year-old Izuku stood beside the intimidating form of All for One as they stared at what appeared to be camera footage captured from a drone. The machine was floating above a rather normal family home in a random part of Japan and its playback was apparently live. It zoomed in on a black-haired boy that was slightly older than Izuku, maybe by 2 years, as he played with his sister in the backyard of their house. "I was told that you tried to escape again, young Izuku," All for One said without ever taking his eyes away from the screen in front of them. "Almost got away too had it not been for Kurogiri keeping an eye on you." Izuku stayed silent as he also stared at the footage playing, wondering why they were watching this to begin with. "I have big plans for you and I don't like them being put off because of these attempts, young Izuku." All for One looked down at the boy, his glasses gleaming as he grinned rather evilly. "Is it because you're lonely? Just say the word and I can get you a friend or two." A slight shift of his head and Izuku would have been able to actually see his eyes for the first time. The cruelness behind them could make any person shiver in fear. "That boy there has caught my interest for some time now. I think you two would get along famously." Izuku's eyes widened as he understood the implications of what the man was saying. "No, please don't," he pleaded, fear evident on his face. I don't need any friends. I'll stop trying to escape." All for One gave a small chuckle before he turned around and began walking away. Good boy, his voice echoed through the hall he had just entered. Now, follow me. It's time for another training session. Izuku made to do so, but he took one last look at the live footage. He saw just how happy those other two kids were, and it made him rather envious. He wished that he could be having fun like that and smiling without a care in the world. To have a normal childhood instead of being harshly trained every day by an uncaring monster. But he wouldn't ever forgive himself if he made others share what he was going through. Those kids were blissful in their ignorance of the fate they had just unknowingly escaped. And he would rather it stay that way. You okay? The student asked Izuku, frowning. Izuku blinked as he realized that he had gotten lost in that unpleasant memory. Yeah, I'm fine, he assured, glancing at his mom and seeing her own concerned expression. I think I'll hold off on sparring for now, though. Thanks again. No problem. Toshinori watched the green-haired teen turn around and continued walking with his mom. He didn't join them immediately. He wanted to at least get the name of this student. May I ask for your name, young man? I'd like to tell the principal how helpful you were today. Geez, I keep saying it was no big deal, the student sighed, but there was still a slight smile curling from his lips. He straightened his posture and pointed at himself with a thumb. Tenko Shimura, second-year Hero Course student. Toshinori almost let his surprise at hearing the family name of his late mentor get to him. This was also when he began to see some of the similarities between them. The same shade of black hair, the red eyes, and even the way the kid smiled was reminiscent of Nana. As much as he wanted to ask questions, he knew that Izuku's well-being was more important right now. Besides, since he was going to be a teacher at UA, there was a good chance he'd be able to get to know Tenko. He offered the young student a wide smile. It was nice meeting you, young man. Good luck with your studies. With that done, he turned back around and started to catch up to Inko and the others. Tenko scoffed when the blonde guy was out of sight. Studies, right? His eyes gleamed with excitement as he trekked back to his dorm room. Maybe I'll do that after a good 5-hour gaming session. Even Togata can't fault me for wanting to unwind a little after all this. When they returned to the nurse's office, Izuku blinked in confusion when he saw that the window he had previously jumped out of was no longer broken. In fact, it looked like it hadn't even been touched as the glass shined brightly from its cleanliness. Not a speck of dust could be seen. This made him wonder, if only for a moment, if they were actually in the same office. Ah, the repair crew fixed the window already. That's good, Recovery Girl murmured, unknowingly solving the mystery for him. She walked inside and went over to the same bed that Izuku had been laid up in from before. Come on and take a seat, Sonny. She tapped the metal frame a couple of times with her cane. I plan on making sure that nothing happened to you after you made such a reckless jump. Izuku was able to tell that she was annoyed near the end there, but he also heard a hint of worry in her voice as well. He had to admit that it did feel nice to have someone care about his well-being for once. It was a rather depressing thought, but he figured it made sense given whom all of the prominent people in his life were up until now. Please do. Inko gave a gentle nudge to her son's shoulder, breaking him out of his reverie. Don't you worry, Sonny, Recovery Girl assured the teen as he acquiesced to their wishes. This shouldn't take long at all. About 15 or so minutes passed and Recovery Girl found that nothing needed to be done. Izuku was as healthy as he could possibly be for a 14-year-old. There were no lingering effects to his legs even though he jumped from 3 stories high off the ground. When she gave him a quick physical, she found that he was probably her fittest patient that she'd had in recent years. He was in remarkable shape, his body possessing hard, lean muscle that gave him a build not unlike that of an Olympic swimmer. He must have trained like hell to have achieved such an impressive physical form. It was the multitude of scars riddling his upper body that told her a different story. She wished that she could use her quirk to get rid of them, to try and erase that ugly part of his life. Sadly, he was going to have to live with the constant reminders of the torturous training he must have been forced into. When all was said and done, Recovery Girl took a few steps back, taking the ear tips of her stethoscope out and letting it hang on her neck. Everything seems to be in order, she commented before looking over at Inko. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him physically. In fact, he's probably the healthiest patient I've had in quite a while. Inko was about to say something when there was a knock on the door, which brought everyone's attention towards it. Izuku's eyes hardened as a cold mist began coiling around his arms, signaling that he was planning on creating something with ice make. No one saw him doing this just yet. The door opened and a rather tall man with short, black hair wearing a tan overcoat poked his head inside the room. He smiled as he said, "Sorry if I'm late, there was an accident on the way over and I had to take a detour." Izuku let the ice half of his quirk power down, noticing that this man didn't seem to be a threat. Although, he didn't completely lower his guard. He'd never met this man and that meant that he didn't trust him. He glanced over at the window, considering jumping out of it again if he needed to make an escape. "Ah, Tsukachi-kun, glad you could make it," Toshinori greeted with a grin on his skeletal face. When the detective entered further into the room, he went over to stand at his friend's side. "This is a good friend of mine on the police force, Naomasa Tsukachi." He gestured to the man while staring at Izuku. "He's also my partner at work," Inko added with a reassuring smile to her son. While she didn't see his reaction, she thought it would be best to show that Naomasa was a friend and not a possible enemy. "Tsukachi was the one that was put in charge of your case." Naomasa confirmed this with a nod. "That's right. I feel like I should apologize for not being good enough to find you sooner." Izuku stared at the man for a few moments, seeing that he seemed genuine with everything so far. He was told so many lies by All for One that Izuku liked to think he could spot one a mile away. That man had mastered the arts of twisting truths or outright making false statements. And the villain was able to do so in such a smooth manner that it made Izuku sick to think about. Izuku eventually shook his head. "I don't blame any of you for not being able to rescue me," he said, clasping his icy hands as he stared down at them with his different colored eyes. "If I wasn't meant to be found, then I wouldn't. Everything he did had a meaning, and if something happened, it was because he wanted it to. Simple as that." Inko went over to the bed, sat beside her son, and pulled him into a hug. "None of us will ever let anything happen to you again, Aizu," she murmured into his ear, ignoring the coldness of his hands when he returned the hug. "I promise." Recovery Girl gave a soft smile at the tender scene. She then turned to look up at Naomasa and raised an inquisitive brow. "I'm assuming that you are here to ask him questions about where he's been the last 10 years? "Not at this time," the detective replied with a shake of his head. "My being here is more to confirm that Izuku is no longer labeled as missing. I will need to ask questions at some point, but I am fine with giving him as much time as he needs before then." "It's fine, actually," Izuku stated as he looked over at the detective, releasing the hug he was giving. "I would rather explain everything now rather than later." His mom looked at her son worriedly. "Are you sure, Aizu?" she asked. "None of us would fault you if you wanted to hold this off." This earned her a round of nods from the other adults in the room. The green-haired teen nodded his head in affirmation. "Yeah, it's fine. There's a lot to tell though, so you should all get comfortable before I start." He switched his gaze over to the lone blonde man in the room. "There's some things that involve a certain quirk as well. Is everyone in this room aware of it?" Toshinori knew exactly what it was he was talking about when he asked this. Apparently, Izuku knows the truth about his quirk, one for all. He didn't know the extent of the teen's knowledge, but he was cautious enough to ask if he trusted the current occupants in Recovery Girl's office. That meant quite a number of things, and he didn't particularly like any of them. "Everyone here has my complete trust, Midoriya," he replied to the boy. He knew that he was going to have to kick the habit of adding young to the verdant teen surname. That was going to be easier said than done. "Feel free to tell us what happened without restraint." Izuku nodded his head before he closed his eyes for a moment or two. He took a deep breath before exhaling audibly, preparing himself for what was going to be a good few hours of talking. When he saw that the detective had taken out a notepad and a pen, he began. "It wasn't long after I was kidnapped that my quirk was forced on me." From there, Izuku did his best to tell them of everything important during the decade he was held captive. He told them of the harsh training sessions he was given by All for One, how he was made to fight and kill all of the horrid creations that were made by the doctor. He answered any questions regarding his quirk to the best of his ability when he explained how he used it to fight against them. He included that the vile man actually did so because of his quirkless status, how he kidnapped Izuku to spite All Might since the hero had previously been quirkless like him. And he mentioned how All for One planned for him to be both a weapon that could kill All Might and make him the successor to his evil empire in order to bring his plans for the world to fruition. His voice was adamant when he told them that he refused to be either. However, All for One had worked around that and used his own DNA to create an alternate version of Izuku, one that actually saw the vile man as a father. Unfortunately, he didn't know much more than that since he'd only talked to his other self for a couple of minutes at most. All he knew was that his clone was more than physically strong since he was able to hold him up quite easily whilst choking him. The last thing he explained was that he had no idea what he was stabbed with nor where his clone had gotten the weapon to begin with. Naomasa finished writing the last of his notes, which took up at least half of the notepad by now, before he placed them and the pen back into his overcoat. He did his best to give Izuku a reassuring smile, but it didn't quite get there completely. He was more than worried about everything he'd just heard and it was showing. "You've been very strong telling us all of this. Just when I think that man couldn't stoop any lower." Toshinori was visibly furious, his bright blue eyes raging as he clenched his hands into fists at his sides. "None of this would have happened had I been there." Izuku saw the state of the greatest hero of all time. Even in the frail state that the blonde was in, the sight of him being angry didn't sit well with him. He always remembered All Might grinning widely as he faced off against a villain or saved a civilian. That was the hero he used to admire and praise constantly when he was 4. "I don't blame you, All Might," the teen said, making the skinny blonde's previously infuriated expression change to one of shock and surprise. "I never did. Like I said before, I would have only been found if he wanted me to be. That's just the way he is. Even now, I shouldn't even be here. If it weren't for my clone, then he would have kept me around just in case something happened. So, you shouldn't blame yourself. He would have gotten someone else if it hadn't been me that he kidnapped." He stared down at the floor, thinking of the black-haired student when he said that last bit. "Bizzy, Sinai boku to boku wa kakamasekai da." Inko blinked when her phone started ringing all of a sudden from one of the pockets of her dress pants. She took it out and saw that it was Mitsuki on the caller ID. She bit her lip as she questioned whether or not to answer it. She looked over at her son and he gave her a nod, making her smile softly before thanking him. "Hello. Inko. What the F took you so long to answer?" the blonde woman cursed from the other end. "Whatever, doesn't matter. Katsuki just told me that he saw Izuku being taken away by All Might. Is that true?" She didn't know how Mitsuki's son had seen Izuku, but she didn't deem it important enough to ponder for very long. "Yes, it's true," she replied, grasping her son's hand and gently squeezed it. "He's here with me at UA High School." "No effing UA." Inko could tell that her longtime friend was grinning happily right now. She cared for Izuku a great deal, so it made sense that she'd be elated to hear that he's safe. "Is there any way Katsuki and I could come over? We'd really like to see him." The green-haired mother blinked at this, unsure if that would even be allowed. "Let me ask." She pulled her phone away and looked over to Recovery Girl. "Would it be okay if a friend of mine and her son came here? It would mean a lot to them." "Of course it is," someone enthusiastically answered from the outside of the room. Immediately afterward, the door slammed open and that was when Izuku reacted. His eyes glowed in their respective colors as golden arcs of electricity started dancing around his body. He jumped to his feet and postured his body that made it seem like he was going to throw something. "Aizu, no," Inko tried to stop him, but it was far too late. Willing ice make forth, a large spear made of ice appeared in his right hand. It didn't stay there long, though, as he threw it with enough force to cause everyone around him to feel a sudden burst of wind against them. However, nothing happened as the spear missed completely, going through the doorframe and impacting onto the wall of the hallway directly outside. The spear shattered immediately and a good portion of the wall was now frozen from his attack. Izuku's eyes widened at this because one thing that had been beaten into him by All for One was accuracy. He'd almost died quite a number of times against a Nomo because he either missed with an ice shuriken or any other throwable weapon. And that reinforced his need to be able to be as precise as possible just so he could survive. Due to this, he was confident to say that he had pinpoint accuracy. So, how was it that he hadn't hit his target? Apologies, a rather squeaky voice cheerily spoke. I fear that my love of making entrances was poorly timed in this instance. This was when Izuku discovered why his spear didn't connect. He had assumed that the person barging into the room was a human of at least average height. That certainly wasn't the case because he was now looking at some sort of animal man? One that happened to be very short, so much so that his spear had actually flown right over his head without him even having to move. And he didn't even react when this happened. If anything, he seemed rather nonplussed that his face was almost skewered by him. Inko ran up to her son and got in front of him, making a shield of herself to prevent him from using any more weapons to attack. She then glared over her shoulder at the newcomer. Why couldn't you have knocked like a normal person, Nizu? That wouldn't have been nearly as fun now, would it? Inko? You still there? Mitsuki's voice questioned as she was still waiting on an answer. Said woman chose to glare at the cheerily smiling animal person for a few more moments before bringing the phone back to her ear. Yeah, sorry about that. The principal says that it's fine for you to come. We'll be in the nurse's office when you get here. Phew. Come on, brat. Inko couldn't quell the chuckle that escaped her when she heard Katsuki yell back just as angrily as his mother. She hung up from the call and put her phone back into her pocket. Izuku calmed down when he saw that his mom knew who the animal man was. His eyes stopped glowing and the dancing sparks disappeared from around him. He then took the chance to get a better look at this new person. He had to say he was more than a bit perplexed at what he saw. He knew of people with mutation quirks, but had never actually met one. However, he did know that he hadn't seen any that looked completely like an animal before. It was normally just little features that would be visible on a person with an animal-like quirk. Like having rabbit ears or a fox's tail. That wasn't the case this time. What Izuku saw was a short man that could either be a mouse, a bear, or a dog because everything about him wasn't quite clear enough to determine which of the three he was. The animal man wore a long-sleeved, white dress shirt with a red tie around the collar of it. There was also a black, double-breasted waistcoat over that dress shirt and matching pants that covered his lower body. What was most curious of his ensemble were the orange, thick-soled sneakers he had on his feet. Almost as if his mind was being read, the animal person leaned forward and stared at Izuku with great interest. Yes, what am I? A dog? A mouse? Or maybe even a bear? He made a couple of grandiose steps further into the office and spread his arms wide to gesture to himself. Well, it doesn't matter because I am Nizu. And most importantly of all, I'm the principal. Recovery Girl made an exasperated sigh, one that made her sound tired from having heard this introduction too many times. That's getting almost as old as me, Nizu. Nonsense. Nizu squeaked out a laugh. You don't look a day over 42. Butter me up all you want, the wizened nurse replied, glowering. But I'm not giving your key to the school laboratory back. Perhaps next time then, he chuckled before walking up to Izuku, his paw hands placed at his back. Inko stepped aside, still glaring at him, but he paid that no mind. You must be Izuku Midoriya. I've read everything I could about your case. And by that, I mean that I spent the last 10 minutes memorizing everything about what happened to you. I'm overjoyed that you are no longer being held prisoner by a certain villain. Izuku glanced over at Toshinori, getting a nod from the tall blonde man and telling him that the apparently named Nizu was also in the know about All for One. He then stared down at the principal of the prestigious hero school. So am I, he replied swiftly, still trying to discern what type of person he was dealing with here. Nizu gave him no clues as he continued to smile brightly up at the green-haired teen. Now then, he clapped his paw hands together in front of him. I believe there are some matters that will need to be addressed regarding what you and your mother plan to do from here on, Midoriya. And I already have a solution. Inko moved to stand beside her son, resting a hand on the shoulder she was closest to. What are you talking about, Nizu? She asked with a raised brow. Why, where you plan to live now, of course, he answered quickly, moving his paws over behind his back before continuing. I'm sure you've already been thinking about all of this, Inko, but your own home wouldn't be the safest place right now. If the villains that took your son found out where you lived, then there wouldn't be anything to stop them from coming to do so. Yes, that's true, but we don't have anywhere else to go, she said softly as she looked down at her son. As much as I want to take Izuku away from all of this, stay off the grid so that he remains safe, that isn't a healthy lifestyle. We'd have to constantly be looking over our shoulders, paranoid with everyone we spoke to. Nizu nodded at this, his beady black eyes shining with interest. Correct. And that is why I'd like to offer the two of you a place here at UA. Midoriya needs a safe environment right now and, like you said, constantly looking over your shoulders is far from healthy. So, I'm willing to let you both live here at my school. We own plenty of land in order to build a small house with all of the utilities you'd need. There would be no rent and you would be free to move out if you are unsatisfied with the accommodations. Inko's eyes widened at the offer. You're serious? That's a gracious offer, but why would you give us something like that? You hardly even know us. I've found that I don't need to know someone to help them when they are in need. Nizu's tone softened when he said this, his smile also mimicking the change. I would much rather do this than give that villain another chance to take him. And since we don't know much about Izuku's clone, yes, I have the entire room tapped, so I heard everything. Then that would be even more reason to offer you the security of living at UA. Our faculty are all pro-heroes, after all, and any villain would be hard-pressed to invade us. What do you say? I'd certainly like to take you up on your offer. Inko turned to look down at her son. But I won't do it if Izuku isn't comfortable. What do you think, honey? A few moments passed as the teen thought about this. Then he nodded and said, I think it makes sense. We wouldn't have to worry as much about All for One and my clone if we're here. Nizu clapped his paws together. Excellent. I've already taken the liberty of instructing Cementos to build your new home. His eyes then observed the black jumpsuit that Izuku had on. The only thing I can't offer you is clothing, but other than that, you'll be all set. One of the principal's ears twitched after was done speaking and turned to look towards the door, an inquisitive expression on his face. As soon as he did, a couple of rather loud voices could be heard out in the hallway as well as the sound of someone running. Katsuki, wait up. How do you even know this is the right way? Shut it, hag. I know exactly where I'm going. Hurry up. The door to the office was slammed open once again, revealing a hard-breathing Katsuki Bakugo. His red eyes conveyed his desperation as they darted around the room, looking for someone in particular. Finally, they locked onto Izuku and Katsuki became deathly quiet. Izuku? He asked, the question possessing a partial disbelieving tone to it. Is that really you? When he had gotten too close, Izuku took a step back and tensed his body. I'm sorry, I don't think I know you. Mitsuki had just entered the room when the verdant teen said this, and her eyes widened along with Inko and her son. They all stared at Izuku in disbelief, shocked to learn that he wasn't able to remember his best friend from when he was a child. Katsuki Bakugo would never tell anyone how many times he'd thought about what he'd say the next time he saw his childhood friend. Ever since Izuku was kidnapped, it was almost always on his mind when he wasn't training or studying. And now that he had the chance to do so, Izuku said that he didn't remember anything about him. It made him feel as if his emotions were going haywire as he didn't know how to process that fact. There was one question that kept plaguing his mind during this. How was he supposed to apologize for those hurtful words he'd said all those years ago now? He stared into Izuku's amber yellow and ice blue eyes, seeing that he was being genuine with his memory loss. Still, it was difficult to accept it right now. You don't remember me at all? We played together all the time when we were kids. Izuku looked back at the blonde for a few moments, eyebrows furrowed as he tried to recall such memories. Unfortunately, nothing ever popped up for him. He felt bad because of how bothered the teen in front of him appeared. However, there was just nothing there. He couldn't recognize the blonde at all, nor the woman that was either his older sister or his mother standing behind him. He knew that he must have at least been important enough to them that they were shocked and hurt by his lack of memory. So, that meant that he knew them at some point in his life. The only explanation he could think of was that maybe some of the treatments that All for One forced on him caused this. Being nearly electrocuted so many times just to test the limits of his quirk seemed like a plausible explanation. With a shake of his head, Izuku gave his answer. "I don't remember anything like that," he said as somberly as he could. "I'm sorry if I can't, but all I get is a blank when I try to recall anything before I was kidnapped." Inko placed a hand on her son's shoulder, knowing that she wouldn't be able to do anything else to comfort him. She didn't know if the loss of his memory of Katsuki was temporary or not. This saddened her greatly because this just meant that All for One's actions were now hurting more people she cared about. She felt a spike of fury within her before she forced it back down, wanting to focus on her son than anything else right now. That is concerning," Recovery Girl said aloud as she walked over to Izuku, gaining the teen's attention. "What exactly do you remember before that happened?" Izuku took a few seconds to think on this, and only one person would pop up without any problems. He turned his head to look over his shoulder, at Inko. "My mom," he answered before he lowered his gaze to the floor. "I remember that I wanted to get back to her no matter what. There were some days that felt like I would break while fighting for my life, but that goal was the one thing that kept me from giving up." Hearing this caused tears to build up at the corner of Inko's eyes, various emotions running through her at the same time. She was happy that his love for her kept Izuku from becoming the successor that All for One wanted. She was angry at herself for being unable to save him sooner, so that he didn't have to have a mental lifeline like that in order to stay sane. And she was also saddened because she guessed that it was because of his goal that caused his memory to block out everything else. And it looked like everyone else had come to this conclusion as well, seeing no other solution as to why he remembered his mom before his kidnapping and not his childhood friend. "Will he ever get his memory back?" Mitsuki asked the nurse, glancing worriedly at her son. He hadn't said anything, and the shock still present on his face told her that he was too at a loss for words to even try. A small, disappointed sigh escaped the youthful heroine's mouth as she closed her eyes in contemplation. Memory loss through particularly traumatic events can be quite difficult to treat. It happens to humans as a defense mechanism in order to reduce or prevent psychological damage, she explained. In this case, Midoriya focused so much on returning to his mother that his mind blocked out any memories that didn't involve her. "I wish I could say that they'll return with time, but that isn't certain." Katsuki didn't know how to deal with this at all. For years, he tried to prepare himself for when he next saw Izuku and just apologize for what he'd said. And he couldn't do that because his friend's memories of him were gone. He was never very good at expressing his emotions, which was why he was always quiet at school. He'd rather focus on homework than to accidentally scare people off with his words. But right now, he felt hurt, sad, angry, and frustrated. And because he didn't know how to deal with all of that simultaneously, he ran out of the room. "Katsuki," his mother called out while reaching towards him, but it was too late. He was already out the door. Luckily, it didn't seem like he went very far since she couldn't hear any further footsteps. Izuku did look rather concerned as he looked up at Mitsuki. "Is he going to be all right?" She did her best to assure him, but the smile she gave didn't quite reach her eyes. "I think he just needs some time to himself for a bit," she said, glancing at the door while biting her lower lip. "I'm going to check on him. I just want you to know that we're glad to have you back." "Thank you," he replied. He waved at the blonde woman just before she walked out to speak with her son. When the door was closed, he furrowed his brows and looked up at Inko. "Did I do something wrong?" Inko softly shook her head. "Not at all. I think he's just a bit lost right now. You two were very good friends. He never let it show much, but I know that he missed you quite a bit." "That I feel bad that I can't remember him." Izuku stared down at the floor now. He tried once again to bring up any memories from before he was taken, but to no avail. "Just give it time then," Toshinori advised, trying to be optimistic. "I'm sure that they'll return eventually. If your friendship was as strong as Inko says, then I don't doubt that you'll remember him again." A moment or two of silence passed before Nizu cleared his throat to gain the room's attention once more. "While Izuku's lack of memory is a concerning subject, I fear that there is something else that we'll need to discuss." His beady eyes stared right at Inko and Izuku before he continued. UA has a plethora of resources for me to use at my disposal. However, one thing we lack is the ability to create clothing that isn't school or hero-related. Naomasa appeared confused at this. Is that such a problem? He queried. I'm sure that it wouldn't be that troubling to try and get clothes delivered here. UA only allows students or faculty on the premises unless they're given special permission, the principal rebuked with an annoyingly bright smile to the detective. I've allowed both you and Inko here in the past because you've both shown me that you're trustworthy. The Bakugos were because I'm of the opinion that Inko is a good judge of character. However, none of us would know the person that would be designated to deliver any clothing, and that is why I wouldn't allow them here. It would be pretty easy for a villain to disguise themselves in order to infiltrate the school, Toshinori commented as he propped an elbow in one of his palms while the other was gently grasping his chin. Nizu nodded firmly. Correct. And all of my teachers are currently occupied with their classes at the moment. The semester is nearing its end and I don't want to add any undue stress to them or their students. I hope you understand. Inko waved placatingly to the principal. No, that's fine, she said. You're already helping us with so much. She then began pondering about the situation as she took her hand off of her son's shoulder. But I am worried about where that leaves us, since it means that we'd have to take him out to one of the shopping districts. I just got him back. I don't want to give that villain the chance to take him away again. Why not take his measurements here and let me go get him some? Toshi suggested to her and flinched at the disapproving expression she immediately gave him. In fact, every other adult in the room was giving him that exact same face. What? I can pick out clothes for a teenager. You can barely pick out clothes for an adult, Recovery Girl replied dully and lightly tapped his pants and shirt with her cane. If Izuku were to wear anything you picked out, he'd end up looking just as bland as what you've got on there. The tall blonde man gave a despondent sigh as his shoulders sagged. He then walked over to one of the corners of the nurse's office and sulked. Izuku watched this with curiosity in his eyes, wondering why All Might let himself be insulted by such a small old woman. It was certainly not something he was expecting to see from Japan's greatest hero. Well, it wasn't that important at the moment. He turned to look over at Nizu. Basically, what you're saying is that we'd have to take the risk of taking me out to a public space to solve my clothing issue? He asked and got a nod in return. I actually don't think that would be too much of an issue. From what my clone said, he doesn't plan to try and take me back anytime soon. All for one didn't even try to stop him from putting me through the portal. There might not be as much of a risk as we think because of this. And if you're wrong? Recovery Girl asked back, raising a brow. You'd be painting a target on your back for them. He may be your clone, but from what you've said, he chose to align himself with that evil man. We have no idea how a person like that thinks. Not entirely, Izuku agreed with a nod of his head. But one thing I do know is that he wasn't lying to me. I'd have known if he was, but the entire time we talked, he never once gave me that indication. Then he's either telling the truth or he's a better liar than you think, and we're back to square one, Naomasa said, crossing his arms over his chest. Nizu gave a small sigh to interrupt the conversation. I feel like we'll be going around in circles with all of these what-if scenarios. My opinion is that if Izuku thinks it's relatively safe to make this shopping trip, then we should trust his judgment. However, I also think it'd behoove us if he had some protection should something happen. I can help with that. Toshinori smiled while raising a hand, apparently done sulking in his corner. No villain would be able to touch him if I'm there. Inko looked at the blonde man, concerned. Would you even be able to stay in your form long enough for that? She asked him. You've been pushing yourself far too much lately as it is. Plus ultra, Inko. He lightly beat his chest with a fist. Minus stupidity, All Might. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes at the man. You coughing up so much blood already warrants you to have retired by now. Trying to keep up that form any longer than possible will kill you. And until you've gotten a proper rest, I forbid you from any hero work. There's plenty of other heroes who can keep the peace for a few days until then. Toshinori gaped at the nurse. But Chio, he froze in fear when she gave him her patented glare. He knew better than to try and argue with her about things like this. So, He gave a defeated sigh before turning to Inko. I'd still like to come along if that's all right. I promise not to push myself any further than I have to when we go. Of course I'm fine with it, Inko replied with a bright smile before she looked down at Izuku. Is that fine with you, Izu? She saw the teen pause momentarily in contemplation before giving her a simple nod as his answer. Nizu clapped his paws together with a smile. Splendid. Now, when did you plan on making this trip? Izuku tilted his head to one side, brows furrowed in confusion. Are we not doing this today? Just to get it done and over with? Recovery Girl gave him a scrutinizing glare as she tapped her cane on the floor a couple of times. I understand wanting to get the talk of your captivity out of the way, but I won't allow you to go shopping the very same day you are freed from said captivity. Especially not after you were stabbed. You healed just fine, but my quirk uses your stamina as a cost for the healing. I recommend you rest for at least a few days before trying to go out to shop. Just as he was about to protest, Inko placed a hand on his shoulder. She's right, Izu, she said softly to her son. You've been through enough today as it is. We have plenty of time to get you some new clothes. With a sigh, Izuku could see that they were simply worried about him. Admittedly, it was a bit fast of him to want to try to go out to a public space after being a kidnapping victim for 10 years. Especially since he was isolated the entire time, so his experience with people was minimal at best. And given that he's almost taken Nizu's head off earlier just by being surprised, then they were right to be concerned. He felt a little frustrated that he knew that he shouldn't be threatened by simple things like people walking into a room he was in. He just couldn't help it. It was like everything was a possible threat that was just waiting for him to let his guard down. And his training made it to where he would always have to be ready for a fight. Because if he wasn't, then he would be dead. So, he gave another nod at his mom. I understand, he said to her before looking towards the lone animal man in the room, Nizu. Would it be okay to wear some sort of gym uniform in the meantime? He tugged on the torn remains of his black jumpsuit. Who would very much like to get out of this as soon as possible. Understandable. Nizu nodded before giving a soft hum in thought. I'm sure I have a spare one laying around. If not, I'll just ask Power Loader to make one of them really quick. Naomasa suddenly stood up from his chair, placing his hat and coat back on since he had taken them off during Izuku's explanation. Well, since it looks like I'm not needed, I should get back to the precinct. I have a report to write. Thank you for coming, Toshinori said with a wave and smiling at his friend. Not a problem at all, he replied before looking towards Inko. I'll see you back at work after you've settled into your new place. I'll be sure to tell the chief what's going on. I appreciate it, Tsukachi, Inko said gratefully. She saw her partner give a wave to everyone else just before he exited the room. We should probably take that as a cue to get going as well. I'm sure we've bothered Recovery Girl for long enough already. Nizu nodded his head at this. Quite right, he agreed. I'm sure Cementos is done with the new building by now anyway. He can give us a tour and then you two can settle in. Seeing that they were finally going somewhere else, Izuku turned towards Recovery Girl and gave a small bow. Thank you for healing me. Recovery Girl smiled before waving away the formal behavior. Not a problem, Sonny, she said. Just don't go and make a habit of coming to see me too often, okay? I have too many reckless students to deal with as it is. And with that, the group of Izuku, his mom, Toshinori, and Nizu made their way out of the office. Mitsuki and Katsuki tagged along after Inko gave a brief explanation of where they were going. The walkover was uneventful as Nizu led them through a path made in the forest surrounding Yue. Izuku would occasionally see the blonde teen, Katsuki, glance at him every so often. A few times, it looked like he wanted to say something, but never voiced whatever words he had. He figured that Katsuki was still struggling with his memory of him being gone. It was only fair for that to happen, and it wasn't like Izuku knew what to do in this situation either. He settled on waiting for Katsuki to eventually tell him what it is he wanted to say and go from there. He turned his attention to the other people he was walking along with. The first one he went with was his mom. Izuku had discerned that she had gotten some position with the police after hearing Tsukachi's words just before he left. It made him wonder what it is she did over there and why she did. She didn't appear to be anything like the happy housewife she used to be before that fateful day at the hospital. She held herself much more confidently, and there was a fire in her eyes he never saw before. Next, he looked over at All Might and a wave of guilt went through him. He was the reason why All Might was injured so severely and why he could only maintain his muscular form for a few hours a day after all. All for one had used him as a distraction to get in a devastating blow at All Might, and the villain succeeded resoundingly. He was glad that All Might wasn't completely gone, but he eventually would be. It was both sad and frustrating because of how much he adored All Might as a kid. When Izuku looked over at Nizu, he found that he didn't know how he felt about the mouse-dog-bear hybrid. He was obviously qualified enough to be the principal of UA and gave off this aura of intelligence wherever he went. It was like Nizu was always planning something, and whether or not it was good for you would be on a whim. Both his mom and All Might seemed to trust him enough, and Izuku hadn't heard a single lie come from him yet. That had to mean something at least. The last one was the lone blonde woman, Mitsuki. All Izuku knew was that she was Katsuki's mom, and that was it. She also apparently knew him as a kid and was a good friend of his mom. She seemed nice enough, but that was all he could tell of her at the moment. He didn't have any more information since his memory of her was gone. But here it is. Nizu cheered, breaking Izuku out from his observations. His mismatched eyes immediately noticed a humanoid person standing in front of a small townhouse. They appeared to be made entirely of concrete. Their head was squared with small eyes and a line that appeared to be formed into a trapezoid-like shape on the face of it. They were wearing a sleeveless brown suit with yellow stripes and gray boots with the same yellow-colored soles. This must have been Cementos, the one that Nizu contracted to build the new home that he and his mom would be living in for the foreseeable future. The stone-made hero turned around just in time to see the entire group. Walking up to him, his eyes closed and the line that appeared to be his mouth curled upwards to form a smile. "I just got done making the final touches, Principal," he said in an unexpectedly pleasant voice. "I hope that it meets to your satisfaction." Nizu stepped up and stood right beside Cementos, gesturing towards the man while staring at Izuku. "This is Ken Ishiyama, also known to my students and other pro heroes as Cementos. He teaches modern literature here at UA." His beady eyes looked up at the still smiling man made of concrete and used the same paw to gesture to Izuku and Inko. "These two are Inko and Izuku Midoriya. They're the ones that we'll be letting stay on campus for their safety." Cementos gave a deep bow at the mother and son. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," he greeted before straightening himself. "I haven't been told much about the situation, but I'm here to lend my support in any capacity you need. If you need any modifications done, then I'll do my best to make them." Both Inko and Izuku bowed in return, the former giving the concrete hero a bright smile after she leaned back up. "We'll be sure to keep that in mind," she replied. "But it looks lovely enough as it is." She was right about that, Izuku noted as he stared up at the medium-sized house. It appeared to be far bigger for just two people to live in, but at least that gave them plenty of space to work with. On the outside, it looked like a normal family home with a light brown for the walls and snow white for the trim. The multitude of windows around each side of the house shined brightly in the sun, no speck of dust seen on them just yet. All in all, it looked great. "Let me show you the interior, then," Ishiyama said as he opened the door leading inside and held it for them. Everyone swiftly entered, and Izuku was surprised to feel the gentle brush of cool, pleasant air on his face. He looked towards the kitchen area and saw that every light fixture he noticed was already lit. He was impressed that not only was this new house freshly painted and built in such a short time, but they already had the place wired for electricity. And as he turned towards the living room, he saw that there was also some furnishings as well. A couple of couches and an end table giving the area a much homier feel. Izuku wondered how the hell Nizu was able to get all of this done on such a short notice. Then again, the resources of one of the most reputable hero schools in the entire country would be nothing to sneeze at. The principal of such a place could surely do all this and more if he felt the need to. From there, Cementos showed them around the new house. The kitchen was fully stocked with food and had every cooking utensil known to man at their disposal. All of the bedrooms already had rather large beds as well as some dressers placed inside them, the master bedroom containing the biggest bed of them all. The bathrooms were just as nice with their spacious showers and clean, tiled floors. There was even an extra room that was placed for whatever purpose Inko and Izuku wanted. It was completely bare and was decently sized, so there were a multitude of uses for it. Finally, the living room was shown to be the main place to relax and unwind. There was a widescreen television placed on the wall across the largest couch, and they were told they had plenty of channels to peruse at their leisure. Eventually, the tour did end, and that was when everyone agreed it was time to get back to their own homes. Cementos was the first to leave as he wanted to rest a bit before his class tomorrow. Building a brand new house and making sure it was done this quickly was quite tiresome, after all. Toshinori also had things he needed to do at his own apartment, so he gave a warm farewell before going. Nizu waited until the gym uniform for Izuku was delivered by a support student before he left to get back to running his school. Izuku saw Katsuki staring at him for a few moments before he turned away and walked over to his mom, signifying that they should go as well. Mitsuki appeared concerned at how quiet he'd been, but she didn't want to force anything out of her son. So, she said goodbye to her friend and told Izuku that she was glad he was safe and sound. Then she walked out with Katsuki in tow. I hope he's not angry or anything, Izuku murmured now that it was just he and his mom. I couldn't really blame him if he is, though. Inko shook her head at her soon softly. I don't think he is at all, she said. He's just never been very good at expressing himself. Mitsuki told me that he's felt bad over something he said to you before you were taken. He hasn't bothered trying to make any more friends because he fears how he'll come across to them. Was I really that important to him? You're still important to him, Izuku. He just needs some time to process everything. Inko paused before she walked over to the kitchen and began looking through the given ingredients. After getting an idea of what she wanted to cook, she took what was needed and placed everything onto the island countertop in the spacious area. She went back over to her son, who looked a little lost at what to do at the moment. It was understandable, given that he was now in a completely new environment and hadn't settled in quite yet. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower, honey? I'll cook us some dinner and you can get out of that jumpsuit. A little relieved at the suggestion, he gave a small nod. I think I'll do that. He took the gym uniform that looked like it would fit just fine before he walked over to one of the showers. Inko took off the navy blue suit jacket she wore for work and placed it onto one of the smaller couches, leaving her in just a white blouse. Rolling up her sleeves, she went back to the kitchen to get dinner started. There was some sense of normalcy going about this for her and she welcomed it. A piece of her life had just come back to her and she was happy about it. Inko just hoped that the journey her son would have to take to heal would be one without peril. Meanwhile, Deku smiled as he scrolled through the data on one of the doctor's computers, the mountainous amount of research reflecting off of his emerald green irises. So many wonderful ideas you've left for me, doctor, he said to himself, being the lone occupant in the laboratory he was in. The question is, which one do I start with? Suddenly, he stopped scrolling as some pictures of Nomo popped up in front of him. All of them looked quite powerful, but there was one that caught his interest the most. Oh, aren't you quite the beauty? Let's see here, regeneration, damage absorption, superhuman strength, speed, and intelligence. Looks like the doctor was busier than I thought. And I can't wait to see just how well my brother handles you when the time comes. He turned around and stood up from the chair he had previously been occupying. But first, I'll be needing some recruits to work with. Time to see if I can catch the interest of some capable villains. With that, he left the room, walking down a hallway of darkness until his body eventually went out of sight.